of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised a... The cracked cocaine spider figured building webs was for socket. Waited for the caffeine spider was exhausted.
I love this part of the song.
I was just gonna ask, when do we start talking over the music?
Well, on the sound test, tests the sound, and we know that we're all rock stars here. This is the dope. Jim, is this your true form? Which one are you?
I'm the cute one.
Of course you are. Let's share the link. It's all going out live now. It's February 26th, 2022.
And raised over 100 young, but the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web.
Let's end that social distancing tonight. Let's get real close together.
Real close together.
How close is too close?
Well, if there's a collision, there might be some frisson, and it might be an ASMR show tonight. If you're not that sort of thing, I will immediately stop. But if you want me to continue,
Jim, you look like a floating head.
I am a floating head. I've achieved floating headness.
It's Jim the Baptist.
episode 68, F8ed Zoo-diacal Webs of Weaving Initiates. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, one and all.
Welcome, welcome.
I like the crew tonight. I mean, I always do, but here we go. Yeah. Welcome to the Weave, Kaylee. Previously
Thanks.
only seen in flow states.
This is exciting.
Is this Kaylee's first weave, everybody?
It is. This is my first Saturday.
That was your prize for double bingo.
Fucking awesome.
You have it. Can we see it?
Yeah. So actually, I wonder if I can get the light on this. this.
You know what'll be cool if we start off with 6 people and we end with 8.
Oh, it's so dark.
There you go.
It's so dark.
I
Sorry.
believe that's what'll happen.
That would be pretty neat.
I'll leave if I have to.
Hmm. Have we ever had someone leave the weave? That's trivia. We've been
Yes.
playing bingo for a while. Maybe we need to craft some real difficult trivia questions like, have we ever had someone leave the weave? And if so, who? Do you have a trivia question off the top of your brainicles?
What, like a skill testing question?
Well, like something related to the show, some historical element, something that you had to be here to witness. And
Like,
then maybe we can give the answer to the question and say, oh, yeah, that happened in episode, and then list the number, and then people can go back and watch it because this is the 68th time we've done this thing.
Like, when was the first episode that y'all talked about the cat hole licks?
Great question. I know the answer. I was there.
I think that was the first one that I listened to. I was like, what
You
what
read
am
my
I
mind.
listening to?
Okay, so yeah, tell us about how you found Weaving Spiders Welcome and what were your first impressions, warts and all.
Oh, I thought you guys were crazy. but I'm into it, so I was like, okay. No, I found you guys because I believe it was you, Alan, just posting Weaving Spiders Welcome links in Chance's Telegram group.
It
And
works.
It does, eventually it does. And then I listened to a few episodes while doing gardening and stuff because they're so long. You guys are champions. I don't know where you get the stamina from, but
Tonight we're gonna go for 90 minutes.
we can do it.
Fast.
But
and
anyway,
bright, real hard.
yeah,
Let's
yeah,
get it going.
yeah. And I'll be honest, most of the time, a lot of the content you guys are talking about goes right over my head, and then I have to go down rabbit holes, and then I'm more educated. And
Okay,
it's,
so what topic? Now that you're here,
Well,
You
you're
can
wearing
ask
your
us.
fully fledged tinfoil hat at this point, so we
we'll
know
explain
that
it
it's
to you.
working.
What questions
Right?
do you have?
right, rocking my new sparrow hat, lined with silver.
Wait, show it again so I can screenshot it for Landman.
Very cool.
Excellent.
And I'll be honest, as soon as I put it on, my whole body actually relaxed. It was very noticeable. It was very noticeable. So it's
I
pretty
often
cool.
have wondered if the part of the reason for the crown that the royals wear has the royal tiara has to do with that very effect of protecting the dome from strange foreign frequencies.
Mm-hmm.
I could see it for sure.
Great idea.
Yeah. I mean, I always feel more comfortable when I've got a hood up, or sometimes while I'm trying to like read tarot or whatever, I'll put my hood up, and I don't know, it feels comfortable. But yeah,
Right.
maybe.
Or even like, what if let's say the king's chamber has this certain harmonic shape to it, and whoever is wearing the corresponding metal that maybe has a corresponding shape has more command over the space, and anybody who's not wearing protective wear is more likely to obey the person who is sitting in the position to command.
Very interesting.
I've been thinking about that a lot lately since ever since I kind of dug in on that the Knights of Malta, in that the brain to skull voice technology of those caverns. It's really interesting how cathedrals have that special harmonic shape to them. We know that it can heal, and somebody probably came along and found out it can do the opposite. A lot to think about there. Makes me want my sparrow hat.
It's legit. I didn't want to take it off last night.
I have the cell phone bag, and I'm into that, but I definitely need to support Matt more, I think, and maybe get one of his hats or something.
I was gonna get a toque, but they were all sold out.
He's leading the charge on extra protection for this crazy age.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like the most vocal activist against geoengineering and the effects of EMF radiation that I've ever heard of. Pretty amazing. Spiro being Latin for hope. Here's Matt right here. He's an awesome dude. He's been on Interverse a gang of times. We're good buddies. That's the hat I'm rocking right here. So at the very least, getting one of these for your cell phone is nice, because if you go on a hike or something and you want to really be insulated from the signals, but you want the phone for emergency purposes or maybe a few nature photos, you can do it. He's got, I believe, a line for maternity. Yeah, I think that's the best thing he's doing.
Sweet.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Protect the babies, maternity apron.
Awesome.
Never take that off if you got a bun in your oven.
Keely, I asked you a question earlier. I said the F8 key on your keyboard, you might have to hit the FN key to do a second function on that key. What symbol do we see on the F8 key of the laptop?
On my laptop, there's a tower with signals going out and a cross line going through it to kill the Wi-Fi on the laptop.
To kill the wireless on the laptop. Maybe it's
Fun.
fated. It's fated to be. It's like turn on the airplane mode. They always told you on the plane. We did our pre-show flight check, and now we're in the air. So now we could probably turn our devices back on. But before you go, before they'll leave,
That's my cat sneezing.
They'll tell you, please silence and turn off all your cell phones and devices. Put them in the airplane mode. Why do you think it is on your cell phone, your laptop? They're like, put it in airplane mode.
When you're booting your computer, F8 puts you in safe mode.
In safe mode. So maybe the safe word tonight is fate, fate, fate. You need to shout something out if it gets too hot and spicy. Just type fate in chat and we'll see it maybe.
Mario,
Before it's too late.
You know the Sparrow bag for the cell phone? It makes me think of Perseus having to put Medusa's head in a special sack.
Oh,
You know, they never talk about, the shield is easy to imagine it's enchanted. The helmet makes him invisible, but that sack was just a sack. What was the enchantment behind the sack? There's some discreet magic going on there.
that's interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, is it made out of anything special?
I don't know. We should look deeper into the mythology.
Right.
Could be something going on with the special purse, Perseus's purse.
Yeah, definitely. You bringing up the crown thing reminds me, I read this book called Fire and Ice by Stephen Flowers. I don't know if you've heard of it.
It sounds really familiar.
Yeah, it's about this Saturnian cult,
Okay.
basically. And they're pretty hardcore. Like, I think one of the most hardcore things that I recall reading in it is that they're only allowed, I believe, 99 members at a time. And so I think that they're not opposed to getting rid of a member to make way for another one. At least that's kind of what I was picking up,
Yikes.
But one of the interesting things, though, is that they have this ring that they wear. And I don't know how common this is amongst other groups, magical groups or what have you. And I believe it was a triangular design. And if I'm not mistaken, it probably had a Saturnian symbol in the middle or something to that effect. And basically, they would wear it. And if you had energy to spare, you pointed the ring outward. So you're giving your energy to the rest of the group. And if at any point you needed assistance, you would turn the ring inwards so that the arrow was pointing towards you. So you would receive the energy from the rest of the group. And I just thought it was really fascinating. And it just got me thinking about the metaphysics of that and everything else,
Dang, that is fascinating. For one, it makes me think of how fire and ice are in 180 oppositional positioning on the zodiac. The coins or the earth elements being the diamonds, which I associate with ice because it's the winter season, and it's
It's solid.
Yep. and 180
The pole-
away from the fire of the summer season.
A pole shift.
Ooh,
Mhm.
ooh, which is very Saturnian.
I have some crown news to share.
Oh shit.
Queen tests positive for COVID and has mild cold-like symptoms. The monarch, 95, has tested positive for the virus and is experiencing mild cold-like symptoms, but expects to carry out light duties this week. The head of state has fallen ill after it was confirmed she had been in direct contact with her eldest son and heir, the Prince of Wales, the week he had the disease. This shock announcement was made just a few weeks after the nation's longest reigning monarch reached her historic platinum jubilee of 70 years on the throne on February 26.
Oh shit. Okay. Wow.
Concern across the nation will be at peak levels for the Queen given her advanced age and her recent health scare. She's receiving health scare, and her popularity in a country where many have known no other monarch on the throne. So,
Oh my goodness.
Apparently,
Yeah.
they gave her medicine that has ivermectin in it too. That's what I heard.
the Queen is understood to be triple retarded, but she had been on doctor's order to rest since mid-October after canceling a run of engagements and spending a night in hospital undergoing preliminary tests. So yeah, there's probably not much more to say about this article other than her cares being handed over Professor Sir Hugh Thomas. Sir Hugh Thomas.
Notice they use the capital on the royal household, RH.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. And also this is setting a precedent by stating that she was in the presence of her son or the prince. They're giving the press the freedom to build a case to accuse anybody that they were in contact with of being the vector. So the media gets to say, oh, you just happened to be with so-and-so who tested positive, so boom, now the case closed. And so the media gets to determine who's guilty and who's not by building up whatever story they want. And nobody's exempt because it's at the royal level.
What I wonder is why they call 70 years on the so-called throne a platinum jubilee.
That's a good question.
Queen Elizabeth Beast in the Platinum Jubilee. Sounds like a comic book.
What planet is associated with platinum?
Ooh.
I don't know. It's an honest question.
I think of Pluto right away.
Hmm.
Um,
With Pluto, I think of nuclear reactive stuff, radioactive stuff,
yeah.
but platinum. I don't know. Let's
Interesting.
look this up.
So
I'm giving it a search.
the 70 years made me think of something I think Joshua mentioned last week was that Dante's 700-year anniversary from his death was last year. And that's pretty profound that we have like a 70 and a 700 corresponding with death.
And 789.
789.
Sorry, just number.
So I found a website. It's interesting that it ends up being an essential oil website because I already had an essential oil funny story in mind. But apparently, according to this Chimea Arts page, they've got an oil of platinum. Must be like a monatomic type of deal.
Hmm.
And they say down here at the bottom, its energies are analogous to harmony between the sun and moon. And another place I saw was referring to it as like a mercury substitute. So obviously there's no like authority behind this, but this is what we get. Solo man.
Mr. Benjamin Balderson is saying Polaris is platinum.
The mother pole.
Snap.
Huh.
Up on
Yeah.
the throne.
Well, it's 70
Huh.
years, platinum jubilee, 7.
Hail
Polaris.
Benjamin.
The ads
Yeah,
tool.
that's fascinating.
The ads tool, the dippers. That's brilliant. Thank you, Balderson. Hail, hail.
Very much related. So I was in a translator the other day, and I was just looking up random words, and it was for some specific purpose. I can't even remember why. But I looked up what north translates to in Latin, and I'm gonna butcher this. Septentriones. Septentriones. And so you've got the sept right there, and this being related, of course, to Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, Polaris, all
Yeah,
that
man.
stuff. And
It's
so
even
I
got-
thought that was really interesting that that's literally the name of the north or northern regions in
Damn.
Latin.
Sept,
That's-
7,
Yes.
yin, tri,
Yep.
Yes.
which is 3,
Yeah,
7, and
exactly.
3. But also at the end, Ionis, ion S, that's like really close to the etymological origin where we get like John and Oannes.
Right. Nice.
Totally. Exactly. Right.
It also has the word tent in the middle.
Oh,
Septent.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Some men will, in the morning, so to speak, pop a tent and describe it as their North Pole and realize that the whole universe revolves around their biological need to spread their seed. He post, I believe, Valentine's Day, everybody.
Well, dude, actually, that's really interesting. So there's a Hebrew letter, and it means prop. Okay.
Right.
And my understanding is that one of the esoteric meanings behind this prop is that it's literally the prop of a tent. It holds up a tent.
Yes.
And so you're totally right. Even the tent itself is a metaphor for the universe, and then also the pole that
Yep.
keeps it up.
In the
Yeah, the
year
firmament.
1968, what tent pole movie propped up the entire movie industry? We'll give you some time to think about the answer. Don't Google search it. What were the top 3 grossing revenue earning movies? I believe it's probably American, probably English language, we'll say. So what were the top 3 English language earning films of 1968? And was one of them a tent pole film? Did we have an evergreen film? What films are made that sell the most tickets to allow the filmmakers and the studios to produce the other stuff that doesn't generate as much revenue? So what are the tent pole films to keep Hollywood Babylon alive so that they can make the art films that they would not otherwise have the funds to make?
And Mario, when I looked up septentriones, it actually, one of the definitions, like the full list of definitions was northern regions, 7 stars near the North Pole, and north wind. So you have it in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
exactly. That's awesome.
So that word is samek. It means prop, right?
Yeah, that sounds right, I think.
Yep. And that word is in the Thoth deck. That is on the art card,
Right.
because all good artists need good tools to do their art. And it has a value of 60. And this kind of came in on the comments during LC King's show with Chance yesterday. I think yesterday. Was that yesterday, Chance?
Yeah, that's when we dropped it.
Yeah. So we were rapping in the comments about how 60 equals Anu. And I thought that was really interesting because I've been thinking about tax day a lot lately. 4-15. And when you multiply 15 by 4, you get 60. And that's when you pay your annual tithing. Your annual tithing to Anu is on that mark of 60, the Samek.
I have another observation about north too, that the vector symbolism that's used, or the, what do you call it, chevron, that's used in the space agencies for the whole world, like
Yep.
these.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, like maybe that's just north on the compass.
Nice.
Oh, sure. Yeah, totally.
Nice.
I can see that.
Just
I
a
mentioned
possibility.
before that the fleur de lis is a northern symbol. And a
Yeah.
lot of times in older compass roses, it would be in the position of north, which I think is interesting. Or
And
some
the
compasses.
Septentriones, or it's got the 3, the
Yep.
fleur de lis.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. All right. This is great because in Velikovsky Electric Universe cosmology, Saturn sat at the North Pole, and the fleur de lis is actually symbolizing corn. It actually is the shape of a corn, and that's the Kronos, the kernels of the corn as the crown of Kronos. I love this. It's so funny, like we've cracked the code now. Give us our fucking royalties. Doesn't that mean we're royal? Only the royal bloodlines know? Let us in the damn club already.
But there keeps being more code to crack. Like it keeps cracking. That corn is popping.
Hey, hey.
I did hear you say a new. We do have a new Spiders Welcome Web Telegram chat. If you're looking for it, you'll find it. We'll talk more about that shortly. The other chat is wide open. Slow mode's been turned off. The show is live. We want to hear all your comments in the chats. Throw us your best research, your memes, your images. We've got some bingo boards coming in already. Here's one I'll share. It's beautiful. And yeah, are you looking at this? Beautiful bingo card.
Oh, wow. Ooh.
Wow.
That looks like a J-Lo.
Yeah, JLo original. And
I love it.
also that center square looks something like maybe we got some new merchandise ideas coming around. You probably can't see it, but if I shine a light on it, Jim, can you put me full screen here?
What?
I
We
need
got
this.
spider merch in the house?
Where do I get one?
Sweet.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
Dude, Carl Jung is pitching a tent in his grave right now.
So it's real subtle.
That is
Um,
gorgeous.
We're moving slowly in that direction. We might want to begin to take pre-orders by having you say, yeah, I want a shirt. How many? What sizes? And then we'll move towards a first print run. And
I gotta give you
Some
props,
ideas,
Alan.
huh?
That's a very good design, and it was fun to watch it evolve.
Yeah,
Well
man.
done. You're a masterful creator, my friend.
Thank
so
you.
lovely. So lovely.
I have
So,
some art to show and tell.
for it.
yeah. Let's see
It's
some art.
this is an unenveloping video now. I don't know if she's in the chat currently. Will you take Mr. Allen off of full screen so there's a little more light on me? I don't feel like going and turning off the lights.
You don't want to see Alan? On
I
full
do,
screen?
but I need a little more shine so we can open this envelope from our friend Rachel Sunseed in the chat.
Oh, nice.
I believe this was created during a flow
Ooh.
state.
So many initiations tonight.
Rachel sent you art.
Yeah. I realize now that Alan was full screen because I made him full screen on mine. Okay, so here we go. I haven't seen it yet. Pretty excited. Cool. All right. It's like an oracle card.
Whoa.
Oh, sweet.
Chance card.
Sick.
Thanks, Rachel.
Wow. Thank you, Rachel. This is so good.
That's beautiful.
Wow.
What does the text along the bottom say?
Infinite surprise.
Nice.
And there's something like the text cuts off. So I wonder what we're supposed to make of that.
It's a surprise.
And the little stars also kind of look like spiders.
Sweet.
The black stars, anyway. Wow. Yeah, thank you, Rachel. This is beautiful. Really, really
Absolutely.
appreciate receiving this.
It's all coming together, guys, as according to
chance
plan.
card.
All of our intentions are set in motion. This spring is going to be incredible.
That's
All the
beautiful.
spiders, their eggs are about to hatch.
Yeah, buddy.
Things on the way.
I want to bring it back actually to something that was just talked about just a moment ago. Mario, you mentioned the fleur-de-lis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about that symbolism, and the corn and polar stuff. And Joshua dropped in the chance that it's, or dropped in the in the chat that it's also a bee symbolism.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just looking up stuff on the chariot, and apparently Cancer, the sign of Cancer, where the Dipper is also sometimes called the wilderness and has a cluster known as the beehive or the hive in it. Thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Bee stuff, I mean, have you guys weaved that out ever? Just bee symbolism?
Over on Cheney's channel, and I think she broke some down over here with us too a while back, the bees, and she correlated it to Venus. And there are like certain products that are believed to actually be from Venus, that like wheat and bees and all of these things are yellow. They all have yellow as their common denominator. But yeah, why? What are you thinking?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's just such a fascinating
Yeah,
subject in general, and how they kind of live, and they have little dances and stuff, and they like know where the sun is at. That's how they get around.
Yeah.
You know, but just culturally, they've got their own thing going on, which is fascinating and kind of relates back to you know, some of the matriarchal stuff that you guys have been throwing down as well, right? The queen bee.
Right,
Yeah, if the queen dies, you lose your hive.
right. And that kind of tracks with the Venus idea, because you know that Venus is generally the only feminine planet.
And
You know,
sweet things are ascribed to Venus.
nice. Yeah.
Sweet dreams are made of these. We were just talking about honey this week.
Yeah,
That's
right.
right. That's right.
I got my hot honey water with lemon squeezed in it right here. It's really
Nice.
delicious.
Nice. What y'all drinking? I've actually got some hot cocoa.
I'm,
Gabe put on coffee, and I was like, I can do caffeine, but I'm gonna do chocolate.
I'm glad you asked. Tonight is my first time ever in my whole life. I'm drinking absinthe.
Absent.
Oh, nice.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, made with
Nice.
actual wormwood.
I believe so. Yes.
Ooh.
From France. I loosed it with a couple sugar cubes.
Nice.
And so, yeah, I'm clearing out all my toxoplasmosis tonight.
Oh,
You know
really?
what?
Absinthe does that. Did I miss that?
Wormwood is anti-parasitic, my friend.
You
All
got
right,
it.
So they made it illegal for that reason. We've probably talked about this now that I
You
think
got
about it.
Chance. Yep. For
Oh, I-
almost
All right, send me
exact-
some. Cheers.
Yeah, man. Almost
Cheers.
exactly 100 years. For some reason, it was a 100-year ban. And yeah, so toxoplasmosis has probably had a heyday, and now we've finally got something common to take it out.
Didn't they say that it would like absinthe would make you go mad? So maybe it's like the classic inversion. It will like
I think there-
delete your madness in a way.
I think there's a compound that is what's it called? Hallucinogenic, but I don't recall exactly which one or how.
Yeah,
I
it's
just-
really hard to pronounce. I can't even say that element of it.
I bet Benjamin knows.
Justin in the chat mentioned it's Mardi Gras in the city of the Fleur de Lis, and it's nuts out there.
Nice, right.
Oh, like right now.
Yeah.
Oh, snap.
Very cool.
Oh wow.
I would love to be there for that. And someone else mentioned too, the fleur de lis is associated with the lily and the iris. And when I was doing my fleur de lis deep dive, and I think it's related to the North too, as being a Northern symbol, is that there's this storyline of Mary being given a flower for a virgin birth. And there's actually multiple myths about a woman being given a flower, and then that starts the cycle of a virgin birth sort of thing. And so my understanding is that the fleur de lis is a reference to that. And so I covered this in one of my Virgo videos, hence the Virgin, right? And so the fleur-de-lis has that association as well. And then when I think of the North, I'm a broken record over here, but coming from and returning to the North, and the perpetuating fractal toroidal polar thing, you know, that we've been discussing and everything. So I feel like it's kind of all just like very much related. And then the Virgin Mary too, being related to the North Star. So being called
Yes.
Stella Maris and everything, right?
There's
Yeah.
a symbol associated with Ukraine that I keep seeing that looks like an angular looking fleur-de-lis. You guys seen it? You know the one I'm talking about?
I have, but I should look it up again because it's been a while, I think, since I've really paid attention to it.
It just came into the news. Also, fleur-de-lis makes me think of Quebec, some Canada.
Oh,
They're all
yeah.
about. You see it everywhere.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah.
And so it even too, as like a manifestation symbol, you've got like the two petals, and then you've got the central petal that's more phallic, right? So it's almost like an expression of the feminine giving birth to the masculine. It kind of reminds me of Sophia and the Demiurge in a way.
Nice.
Yeah.
So just today, okay, so in my last video, I had kind of a like spur of the moment realization that got thrown in the video where I realized that the words Marvel Avengers sound so much like Merovingians. And so I started to research the Merovingian bloodlines, and I learned some really interesting things. And this is going to tie back to the virgin birth in a really weird way. So Merovingians have some real unique claims to their bloodline. And one at first you will see that they say that their kingship does not hail back to any gods, that they do not have a divine right to rule, and that concept is attributed to the Anglo-Saxons that came later. And so the Merovingians, they're called the king of the Franks, and their kingdom, their rulership was actually not just in France, it spanned from France to Germany as well. It was a very large, vast segment of Europe at the time. So the Merovingians, they don't have a divine right to rule, but one of their matriarchs went down by the ocean one day and she was unattended, and she may have been raped by a sea monster. And so she became impregnated by a monster. And that is their claim to a right to rule. So they're not divine. They may very well be saying in an overt way that they're demonic, that they have a demonic right to rule. And that's freaking creepy, if you ask me. But that they all go back to a sea monster, which goes to Cthulhu, which goes to Shang-Chi tomorrow.
The Typhonian tradition.
Typhonian tradition. And here we go. Here we go.
Did we say that mare is the sea?
Merovingian.
Right.
Vin?
Yes, there you go,
So they're
dude.
like,
That's
we
a
got
great
sea
one.
and wine.
Yes.
Right,
They have
right, exactly.
a bloodline that goes back to some oceanic beast.
Yeah,
some
even wine is
Neptunian-
symbolic of blood. So Merovingian is like, they're like sea blood.
Isn't that a
Ooh.
trip? And so here it is, Mario. This is what this is what we've been thinking about lately. These Typhonians, this dark matriarch, this seedy underbelly of shameful influence. I mean, that's what if you got to hide it, if you got to keep it a secret, there's a whole lot of shame, and that shame can be weaponized, but I just have a feeling that these Typhonians, is Cthulhuian? Is that a word? Cthulhuians?
I think
I'm
they would
okay
say
with it.
chthonic.
Chthonic?
Mm.
Does that sound right?
Lovecraftian is what I hear. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. I think they're way more prolific than anybody appreciates.
Have we discussed before that Lovecraft was in contact with a lot of the other authors of his day, and that they had like pen pal secret society where they kicked around the ideas of his mythos before publishing?
I don't know if you guys have talked about it, but that's definitely a thing. And his work didn't get famous until after he died.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Most curious indeed.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if this pantheon, the Lovecraftian pantheon, is something that the elites acknowledge, or if their underlings or minions or what have you, groups underneath them, if that's what they want them to be focused on or whatever. Because I totally agree with you. I mean, once you start looking, there's a lot of material out there, a lot of books, right? And the role of the Necronomicon just being what it is, you know, is it a real book? Isn't it a real book? And then a bunch of people spinning off from that and creating their own versions and everything else, and really just running with it. You know, Portland actually used to have a Lovecraftian festival. And they used to have a Lovecraft bar, and because of COVID, it shut down. And so now it's called like the Coffin Club or something. But you know, I'm pretty sure their logo was like the symbol that Lovecraft uses for everything. But yeah, no, I would. Do you have any insights or any evidence about it being bigger than what you expected, or any anecdotal stuff that you can say about that? Because I think you're right, and I was thinking about this the other night, and I wanted to ask you about it.
Yeah. Well,
I'll
one
just
of my
say real quick, this is the Cathodiac.
Oh,
It's-
really?
It's
Awful.
like it's
Yeah.
like Cleopathic zodiac. You've got the dark side of each of the signs represented
Thanks,
here.
I
Kind
hate
of
it.
Oh,
interesting.
interesting.
It's
Oh,
just
yeah.
the Lovecraftian old ones.
Right.
Yeah.
is that is that 12? Yeah,
Yep.
it's 12. Okay. Interesting, Chance. Thank you for digging that up.
He even the one they associate with Pisces in this, like probably just random deviant art, is Dagon.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
That's quite interesting. I've got a pull quote here from a book called Dead But Dreaming. Dead But Dreaming. It says here, and the author, Tracy Twyman, talking about the author that you just mentioned, who wrote about some unmentionable monsters. Basically, there's a Newburyport museum, and according to the youth, a headdress worn by the priests of a cult. Besides worship, their favorite activity was swimming, and they would often have swimming races out to Devil's Reef. He confirmed that the natives looked normal early on in life, but as they grew older, they began taking on that deformed Innsmouth look and stayed out of sight altogether. The youth also had said that Innsmouth was honeycombed with underground tunnels in which these people were apt to hide.
Wow. Wow.
So people with really pale skin or humanoid figures who have not received the vitamin D of the sun tend to
Right.
have a sickly, pale, green, gray skin tone,
Wow.
like goblins or gray aliens. I'm
Wowzers.
catching up on Hellier finally. Anybody else?
Oh,
Anybody else?
sweet.
Hellier.
I'd love to revisit it.
Kentucky.
Yeah, I'm totally down to go back and redo it. That's a
You know,
great
speaking
point.
of Lovecraft, my days as a World of Warcraft player, I remember that
They get no sunlight.
no, they don't. Exactly. they basically just rip off all kinds of mythological systems for their game stories, and they have old gods that are chained under the earth that become boss fights for the players that are totally based on the Lovecraft mythos, but in Warcraft, one of them is Cthulhu, actually,
Oh, gee.
instead of Cthulhu. But they got like all of them. Here's Cthulhu. I remember fighting this guy like 2008. He was pretty vicious.
So, okay, this is much larger than, and it's it's under the nice, lovely package of all fun and games.
Does that look echidna like? Do you look at the spikes?
Big time. Yeah.
Another major game series that uses very similar kind of demonic stuff would be Warhammer. They're chaos demons.
Oh, right.
Ugh.
Yeah. So the one thing about this, the echidna is called the mother of monsters. That's one of her names. She is the wife of Typhon, and she was living up in the cave where Typhon would come and knock her up all the time, and she'd pop out a new type of monster. That was just her whole gig, was putting out monster babies. She's also the monster of, or the matriarch of the Sphinx. So basically, like all chimeras, all hybrids, all of these unnatural genetic combinations, mythologically hail back to the echidna. And that's part of her proliferation. That's why she is like damn near everywhere, is because in the myth it all funnels to her. And one thing, Mario, I might have said this already a while back, but one thing about Lovecraft I found out is he had an obsession with the Knights of Arabia, and the storyline and the mythology of the Knights of Arabia. And I think I did mention this, but one thing I've been sitting on, like, it sounds meaningful in the beginning, but I knew there was more to get out of this insight. And that is that when you take the name Joe Biden and you chop up the syllables, and you take the name Kamala Harris and you chop up the syllables, you can reconfigure them to get Joe Cam and Bai Harris. And that's Joachim and Boaz. That's the pillars of initiation. In the remaining syllables that were not used yet can be reconfigured to make the word Aladdin. And this is where I was, kind of at a loss. I was like, okay, so Aladdin, what's the big deal? Well, Obama, his name sure sounds a lot like Obabwa. And so this group of highly influential people they're throwing around these Knights of Arabia signs and symbols. What's going on with this? And then I found out that Lovecraft was obsessed with the Knights of Arabia. And so on a very high level, they are nudge, nudge, wink, wink, signaling to each other that they're in this Typhonian, Lovecraftian order of, it's all fun and games. It's all fun and games, nothing to see here. It's all cute, cute little monsters. We're just being cute. But I got a feeling this goes all the way to CERN. You know what I'm saying? And that shit ain't cute.
Got a cute question. What was your favorite version of Aladdin? Was it on Super Nintendo or Sega Genesis? Disney's Aladdin video game.
Oh, I didn't even know there was such a thing.
Well, I got that song stuck in my head from the Disney animated Aladdin. And they say the word Ababwa. And I don't remember any other words, but it's Ababwa.
Yes.
Aladdin sounds like Allah and Jinn. Aladdin.
They're all jinn.
Speaking of
Allah.
jinn,
Allah's jinn.
Gent music. What's the time signature?
well, you can use any time signature you want, but one common one is 6/8.
What episode?
I can't even imitate it, but you know what I mean. Yeah, one of my favorites that I used to listen to back in the day was called Tesseract.
Oh, snap.
Just saying.
I have something to bring out that I found long ago regarding the Typhonian orders and the Temple of Set. It's pretty creepy.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a time where I was doing a lot of research on psychic vampirism and energy vampirism. It's very real. Just say that. And
It is. Yep.
like levels beyond what people that just kind of drain you and make you feel shitty. So I found this really old web page, like from the old internet, but it looks like it's still around. There's no links on the page. I haven't explored around other parts of the URL. I don't know, but I'm going to screen share it. If you guys cool with a bit of reading from this page?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. This is the Order of the Vampire.
Oh shit.
And they spell the pyre like fire.
Can you make the text a little larger to
PYRE.
read
I can zoom this
for
in.
those on the screen?
Holy
Here we go.
shit, Chance.
By Lady
This is-
Lilith Aquino, 5th degree, and Magister William T. Butch, 4th degree, co-Grand Masters.
Michael Taquito.
Order of the Temple of Set. Yeah.
Not that dude. Oh no.
The the Order of the Vampire is an order which embraces the concepts of vampiric presence as a means to personal power and potential immortality. Vampirism is a unique black magical condition that in and of its very nature requires a posture, which enables a natural and effortless exchange of power from the lesser to the greater. In normal communication, this power is evidenced by the psychological control exerted over others. Through our black magic, this power is evidenced by accessing what is known as lucid dreaming and increasingly gaining mastery over that state of becoming which is desirable in its own right. Vampirism goes back to time immemorial, and true vampirism can be traced back in many cultures around the world and is therefore known by many different names. A true vampire knows that he does not achieve the posture of effortless power through the mundane act of physical blood drinking. In fact, to pursue such acts would mean that he did not understand his own condition, let alone vampire black magic. Through Zephyr, the word of the Aeon of Set, members of this order will strive to bring to life those qualities and aspects of our potential which have long been considered dead or latent. Communication is a cornerstone of our work. Members of the order will communicate effectively in order to maintain that concert, which will be our collective effort. The order's founders undertook research that brought them into a dialogue with and the acquaintance of existing vampiric characteristics and archetypal forces. They were examining, testing, and proving that to themselves, through direct experience, how many of the alleged vampiric powers, such as invisibility, manipulation, the power of sound and breath, etc., were real and were usable. Many of these same powers are, of course, harnessed by fifth degree Setians. Through the great black magic and in ways that are special to the children of the night, we seek to further enhance and augment such powers. On a lesser level, these powers will be evidenced in social communications, resulting in personal power as measured by social position, wealth, and personal freedom. On a greater level, by achieving control of the lucid dreaming state, these powers will be the direct experience of vampires in a world of their own creation, which can also be potentially shared. There's a good chunk more, but I'd like to continue if you guys are cool with it. Vampires can be hideous by nature as well noble. Vampires can be and are glamorous. Those who are members of the Order of the Vampire will learn to perfect such skills as the application of cosmetics, ding, 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 the use of the voice in subtle ways, including the embedding of commands in one's phrases, and the act of holding another's gaze to influence, to distract, to control. All of these are designed to enhance the creation of the vampiric posture, such that power flows to the vampire for both lesser and greater goals. It is our desire that our school for vampires address the vampire at all levels, and that our teachings have a practical application in the world. Hence, all of these are steps towards the formation of a more complete Setian, a more complete vampire. I spell complete in a strange way, too. As such, powers of imagination and visualization are employed by members in this order. Therefore, art, music, and literature can and will be used as tools for our order members. Within our school for vampires will arise those who specialize in certain aspects of vampirism and its proper application. These schools within our school, as well as other directions and things yet to come to this order, are to be decided by its masters and members. A little bit more. There will also be those who first learn more about the archetype element here, who then become warriors. There will be others who first learn of the metamind element here, and who will then specialize in it. Each of these schools within a school will either be an official office or function of the Temple of Set, or will be informally controlled or helmed by a master or senior member of the order. Such schools may be in the form of elements that have their basis here, but may also reach our second degree membership. Temple-wide, Such schools may also be in the form of our bloodlines, which are schools specializing in various aspects of vampiric initiation. Yeah, these schools are created by masters of the order and accessible by members only. A word of caution. It should be readily understood that by all who seek admission to our order that we are unique and separate from the various right-hand path-driven online vampire community groups and houses that have sprung up over the past few years. Such groups promote a weak and powerless version of the vampiric archetype among a myriad of fuzzy new age ideas, such as missing chakras, other kin, and a need for blood drinking. We do not tolerate such in our ranks. In the order of the vampire, we promote a posture of effortless power and Setian vampiric control. There is no in between. There is no compromise.
Damn. You know what I notice is the need for blood drinking. That is not to say that they don't drink blood, it's to say they don't need to.
So if someone were to say, that sounds really cool, is that supplemental material to the role-playing game Vampire the Masquerade by White Wolf? There's some real characters in there, some real last names of real interesting people.
Damn.
And people have taken that video game and stuff and made like live action role play stuff as well. This is just like the next level up.
Mm-hmm.
So there's this idea, right, that there's elites that are really old. And so they've been around for such a long time that they can see patterns in a different way than we can, right?
Yes.
And so they've been around for multiple revolutions or resets, maybe, you know. And would it just be more accurate to call them vampires, you know? And how literal is the vampiric thing, you know, versus symbolic or metaphorical?
They spell it with the P-Y-R-E. It's the
Yes.
men of fire. It's the
Yep.
Pirates. It's the same order. It's
Yep.
skull and bones. Same thing, different faces.
Yeah. No, I can see that. And then also too, V, once again, the power of the V is really insane. There's just so much going on with it, right?
Right? That's the Typhonian order.
Oh, yeah.
The hand signals, the Typhon, the two fingers. And it's a V empire. The V empire, the empire of Typhon. You know, and here I'm going to do a screen share. This one is, check that name out.
Eugenia Lillian Fucci.
Yep.
Wow.
Fauci?
And look at,
Fauci?
you guys can see my mouse.
Abyss.
It's got the Abyss in here, in their family name.
Wow.
Daughter of Giovanni Abyss.
Wow.
Abyss. Like abyss. Like abyss. Abyss.
Yep, like the Merovingians are putting it out there that they come from the Dark Ma. You know, they got a matriarchal line that goes to some lady who got raped by a sea monster, which I think is Cassiopeia, also ties to Cassiopeia. And then here's one more. He was talking about, we're talking about not blinking and mesmerism. And not only do these two guys look alike, but they just, I want to rewatch some of Back to the Future and see if he blinks. And if the only times that he blinks, if they're ultra intentional, if he's using the blinking with mesmeric intention. It's just a thought that I had when I saw the correspondence between these two characters.
That's another name I don't like to say.
Yeah.
We have a certain Michael rhymes with Taquito. Taquino. And then we have this other guy who is not my pop, and he's not a top, and I am not his bottom. No siree. And the guy in the middle, what's he? Oh, that's Doc Brown,
Doc Brown.
who has an idea when he falls off of his toilet and hits his head.
Yep.
The bathroom, the thinking man's throne.
The throne. He fell off the
What's
throne.
suppose, yeah.
That's very Saturnian to fall off of the throne.
Mm-hmm. This is our symposium tonight.
Yeah. So Savile, right? I know you don't like to say his name. Should we not say his name in general, or is that just a personal thing for you?
It works on all levels. Sometimes it's a joke. Is he serious? Sometimes it's a oh no, don't say Voldemort. You know, it's but also it's like you keep saying the guy's name, like everyone's like, oh, Crowley, oh, he's crawling out of the grave, Crowley, Crowley, Crowley. And it's like these people write documents, they write literature, and then you get people who are like, huh, I've read like 5 books in my life and I've heard the name Crowley so many times. So I wonder if he's responsible for all the evil in the world. Or maybe it's Michael Aquino. He was alive, now he's dead, and the world went to heck in a handbasket, and no cornucopias are reaping any bountiful blessings. So we're just going to blame Michael Aquino for all the evil. And then it's like, now you've said his name. People hear the name. They repeat the name. They're like, oh, Michael Aquino's to blame. Aleister Crowley's to blame. It's like, that's
Right.
a real simplification of a complicated process. And if you say the person's name over and over again, it's like, oh, Columbine, there's a massacre. Who's responsible for that? Are you going to post their pictures,
Yeah,
make them heroes
I hear you.
by repeating their name?
Yeah. Well, the thing I was going to say, I'm going to call him Jimbo.
All right.
And so Jimbo, he came up while I was researching the Process Church of Final Judgment.
So for people who don't know what
Okay.
Jimbo is going to stand in for, say the actual stand-in name.
Jimmy Savile.
Jimmy Savile. Jim.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so there's associations with Charles Manson supposedly hanging out with the Process Church. I believe Ed Opperman, I don't know if you guys have ever checked out his work, but he's gone on and on about the Process Church. I think William Ramsey, too, has probably talked about them and stuff. And my girlfriend got me interested in wanting to know more about them because these guys used to wear like robes and would be in San Francisco, like recruiting people. And they have like 4 main deities. And it's like a whole entire thing, right? And they would recruit like street kids and stuff like that. And anyway, there's this book compilation about the Process Church of Final Judgment, and they created several zines when they were around. And I don't know the final year they were around until, but I think it was just until the 70s, late 60s, 70s, something like that. And I was surprised to just be thumbing through this book, and there's an interview with Jimbo. And I was like, oh, well, this is like way before we knew what he was really up to. And the first question they asked him was, are you a moral person? And basically, he said that he's moral by day, but at night, he turns into a wolf. That pretty much, I'm like paraphrasing his response, but he literally used the word wolf and said that by day, I'm a moral person, but at night, that's kind of a different situation. I turn into something else at night, is kind of what he was alluding to. And again, this was like decades
Setien.
before. Yeah, totally, dude. This is like a long time before we had figured out what he was really up to. And again, the Process Church, one of their main hubs was in the Bay Area, and the Temple of Set is a Bay Area thing as well.
In the olden days, that is the extreme west. That is where the sun sets.
Oh yeah,
Is
dude.
off of that coastline.
There you go, man.
It's the Westinghouse.
There is a house.
Upon a hill.
So I got brave and checked out the base domain of that vampire article. Never did that before.
Oh, whoa.
Zephyr.org. I guess Zephyr is a name for the Aeon,
Like a Zephyr.
or some sort of like word of sets. I have to learn more, but this
Yeah, I
is the
believe so.
website it takes you to, and
Yowzers.
I'm considering sharing it with the whole group, but they can see the URL up here.
Yeah, the value of sharing the screen on these websites now is that they may not be here next week. So
Right.
here they are.
So down here at the
500.
bottom, I found an interesting potential resource for our few further edification on this. But the Voice of Darkness, KHPR.
Is that Kepler?
Yes.
I clicked on it,
Ever.
and there's 13 episodes of this Setian podcast. The most recent one from 2016. They took a
Good
2-year
Lord.
gap here.
I'll click that download button now. Save it to your hard drives.
The Order of the Trapezoid. In the latest, much anticipated episode of KHPR, Priest Simon Liddell introduces the 7th Grand Master of the Order of the Trapezoid. The interview with Magister Toby Chappell explores the order's history from its origins within the Church of Satan to its formal consecration in the Walhalla Chamber at the, I guess in German you'd say Wewelsburg Castle in Germany,
Oh my God.
through to its purpose and vision
Can
that
you
are
make the
still
text larger?
continuing to unfold today. Insight into practices and symbolism of the order that are rarely discussed publicly are examined as well. So expect this to be a rather illuminating experience of the dark.
Okay.
I think maybe.
Zoom in on the text, make it larger.
Oh yeah.
Illuminati confirmed.
I know a lot
I
of
think some of us should maybe look into
tendency
this.
to want to
just-
read text when they see it on their screen, and they kind of have to squint, and
Yeah, it's a little better that way.
it helps a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's stuff on here from a dark Setian yoga teacher, Ogum, interesting subject right here. The Gaelic magical
Yes.
runes,
Yes.
sex magic, the ins and outs. Kind
Oh,
of a
there's-
graphic photo there. Sorry about that.
Does anyone have anything to say about KHPR? Kefir? I
Yes.
said Google, okay, Google Kefir, and I get KEFIR. That's like kefir. It's a fermented milk drink similar to thin yogurt or ayran that is made from kefir grains, a specific type of mesophilic symbiotic culture.
So in Egyptology, that's the Khepri beetle. It's the beginning. That's the first scribe that began the creation myth of Egypt. Is a beetle rolling up the dung.
Right. I'm thinking of kefir, which is milk. I'm thinking of milk and honey, which is what? Something from a goddess? Milk and honey, a gift of a goddess?
Venus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who was it that was talking about the milk and honey being that which spoils quickly and that which lasts forever? Can't
Oh,
remember where I heard
wow.
about that.
That
But
sounds
that
like
was the metaphor of the land and milk and honey. Not that they literally were just only going to consume milk and honey.
that's interesting. It sounds like something maybe Joshua might have said. So
Or you probably
there was
already
a-
knew it if you didn't say it. Hail
So-
Joshua.
in that paragraph you read on that website, that first picture was that dark ring with the steps going down. That's that shape indicates the Benben stone, or also the missing third of the circle. There's your 93. And the fella, one of the characters you mentioned was Chapella, and that's that little goat that's inside of the constellation of Auriga. Auriga has that little, he's the charioteer of Auriga is holding a capilla. And so Tony Chapella is like a Italianized version of Anthony, the little goat of Auriga. This probably, and it's Toby. I think his name was Toby, which means he's like to be the sacrificial goat.
In the
Speaking of-
chat, let's see, Alarani pointed out that word Zephyr is very close to Zephyr.
Right?
Zephyr is the west wind.
Oh shit.
We're talking about the north wind. So
Yeah.
that's an interesting link too. Nice call.
Would you consider
Zephyr.
the west the left, like a left-hand path type thing?
Well, if north is up, it is. Yeah.
Just
Yes.
saying. Also, Ryan in the chat said that House of the Rising Sun is in 6/8 time signature.
Oh, sweet.
That was totally unintentional.
Man,
Nice
also
catch.
Seal's Kiss from a Rose in 6/8 time signature.
Really? We were singing
Yeah,
that. We were singing that
singing
yesterday.
Yeah. Man, I've got a lot of stuff queued up. Let me just spit it all out and we can continue weaving here. I heard the word something sounded like abyss, but there's also the word abbess, ABBESS, as in a female superior or governess of a nunnery. Get thee to a nunnery, and abbess, a lady abbesses. And we have this female bloodline. And well, I don't know if Chance was really reading my mind earlier. I said I had a package. Chance opened his package. I've got a package, and all this talk is kind of giving me the heebie-jeebies and the shivers. I'm a little spooked a little bit here because where is it here? Earlier, let's see. See this? See this?
Whoa.
This is,
Illuminati confirmed.
it's a home it's a home blood typing kit. It's know your blood type. It's an Eldon blood typing kit for self-testing of A, B, O, and RHD blood groups. There's 2 kits here. Is there a nurse who could guide me through this process? I don't know if that's something we'd want to do live on a live stream or not.
Oh man, that'll bring out the vampires.
I won't display any of the finger nicking or jabbing or pricking or poking or prodding. I don't know how this works.
What if you find out that you've got the vampire bloodline?
I could find that out tonight. Maybe.
Can you do this test live on the air?
I'm asking you guys, is that permissible?
I was just looking up the things that can get you in trouble on YouTube today. And they didn't say anything about self-cutting and blood or anything like that.
Well,
just no sex or drugs.
This is a very scorpionic type of conversation. And I was thinking today, because this
Right.
is episode 68, about the relationship between the 6 and the 8 houses, the 8th being the Scorpio theme of death and the occult and stuff like that. So that's kind of interesting.
Very.
I can expand on that later if you guys want.
You know,
Yeah, so I'll just leave that Chad dangling for you guys. And
Oh,
there was
that's
another thing that I had to bring up before I forget it. There was a talk about obsession and sort of tendencies to become very devoted to a specific topic. And I'm trying to find it here. And then the echidna always brings me back to Knuckles, Sonic the Hedgehog,
Sonic,
Knuckles.
okay.
And there's this born boy. I don't know what the situation is now. There's a whole lot of drama about someone by the name of Christian Weston Chandler and his lifelong devotion to Sonic the Hedgehog fandom. Is anybody familiar with any of this stuff?
I can't believe you're bringing up Sonic the Hedgehog. That was my secret weapon for the talk we're going to do tomorrow night about Shang-Chi and the Legend of the 10 Rings.
10 rings. There are rings in Sonic. Yes, it's all just synchronizing together. So
Like ahead of
talk
time here.
more about the Chris Chan Sonic Boom protests that he was holding because he didn't like certain decisions made in the Sonic video game from Sega. And this guy has lived his entire life on the internet. He's documented everything. If I can remember the story, he was interviewed at a video game store when he's a young boy about his love for Sonic the Hedgehog video games. And they've uploaded all those videos to the internet. So there is so much documentation and vlogs and art and content that this one person created, put it all on the internet. He's a very public figure, and he has, I don't even know how to describe it. Large following would be one thing that I would say he has. Another thing he has is a tendency to obsess and focus on topics other people would consider to be fantastic or of fantasy or of not from the real world. But to him, there's no clear division between Sonic being a fictional character and his characters that he's created in Sonic the Hedgehog fan comics, and how some people can get into role-playing games and fantasy and create characters. And there's another topic, the Final Fantasy house, where people were using magic from Final Fantasy and psychic vampirism and glamour magic. And that's another topic separate from Christian West and Chandler. And then there are the aspects that Chance brought up with these internet websites that provide a lot of information and guidance for people who otherwise would not know how to live a vampire lifestyle. And then the final point, to bring it home, literally from my state of Minnesota, there's a man who ran for governor who lived a vampiric lifestyle, drinking the blood of his partner. And he said that if he were elected, again, this is after Jesse Ventura is elected in Minnesota. So there was a possibility that Minnesota could have elected a vampiric governor who was putting on his platform the idea of poles, again, pikes, sharpened wooden rods into the state capitol grounds, in which he would impale, I believe he said sex offenders specifically, through the exit on the pole, up through, and literally enact a Vlad the Impaler role play on state capitol grounds if he were to be elected the governor of Minnesota. And there were documentaries made, at least 2 of them, about his running for governor and going on news programs and all this. So this is going back maybe to 2006.
Damn, that is far out.
I find it interesting that the things that I queued up before we even got into the call include cannibalism. So I'll maybe bring that up. Just a quick, I don't think we need to go into it, just to point it out. But first, I have to share. And welcome, Rachel. Thank you for my chance card. I love it so much. So good.
You're welcome. Glad you got it.
You brought up Sonic the Hedgehog. I just want to remind everyone the horrors of turning our childhood heroes into CGI monsters.
Yeah,
like
man.
the Sonic movie.
No, what I walk into.
Dear God. You walked into Vlad the Impaler and
so bad.
Sandra.
Ouch, by the way.
This had such a revolting effect on the internet that they actually had to postpone the movie and redo all the CGI and make him look more like that. Thank God they did. I never watched the movie, but it was horrific. This is terrible. But I had this queued up, a couple of things about this story that came out last week. Mexican cartels are forcing their recruits to commit cannibalism as an initiation ritual. And it says, I'll just read the first paragraph. The recruits of the CJNG are forced to eat their rivals, starting with the fingers amputated in an initiation ritual. Those who immediately refuse become victims of the other trainees. And then I was also perusing this Medical News Today story about if you're going to do cannibalism, which parts of the body are safer to eat than others? This is a real story. And anyway, the answer is don't eat the brains. They don't want you eating the brains, which really reminds me of a RX Only Picture Show episode.
Mm-hmm.
The Devo episode.
33.
Yeah. Eating the brains. Yeah. Anyway, I'll drop the screen share. Those are just some things that I had that are already linking. Okay, I'm going to drop one more. The other story I had really connects to the Temple of Set was about women who are claiming that Young Living essential oils has been taken over by Satan. And I'll link this if people want to read it themselves. It's BuzzFeed, so it's not really that valuable. But the cover photo for the picture, pretty interesting. That looks kind of like more like blood bottles than essential oil. Anyway.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know much about Young Living other than its multi-level marketing scheme.
It's based in Utah. It's probably very Mormon.
Hmm.
My mom was gonna do it. Sell oils. Because they do have very high grade oils. And
I actually,
blends the
yeah, I've
body's
had some
oil.
before. I just wouldn't get involved in like trying to
No.
make it your career.
No. No, you might as well just put all the work and effort into pressing your own oils and extracting your own oils, I think, if you're going to do it and be serious about it. Because just selling oils is a lot harder to do if you just are trying to pump somebody else's product. But that's just my opinion.
So related to Utah and kind of looping back to something we brought up earlier, or I did, the final, the Process Church of Final Judgment that I was talking about, they actually morphed into an animal sanctuary. Someone else brought it up in the chat, and they're called the Best Friends Animal Sanctuary, and I believe they're based out of Utah. And like I've gotten mail from them to like donate money, and I knew that it was a old cult. And even at one point on their Wikipedia, they even said as much that if you go to Best Friends Animal Sanctuaries wiki page, they used to publicly acknowledge that it was once the Process Church of Final Judgment from San Francisco,
Wow.
who put out zines interviewing Jimmy Savile. And so, and you see
Damn.
their stuff if you go to pet stores and whatever, they come across as like maybe a nonprofit sort of thing or what have you. But you would never know that they were actually a cult group back in the day.
Yeah. So for one, real quick, I want to hit the note with what Chance, with what Alan Marcus and Chance with Sonic. The word Sonic has eunuch in the word. You drop the S, you get onic, real close to a eunuch. Just saying. In the Process Church, you know, I'm pretty sure. Has everybody seen Utopia?
Only
I
like
haven't.
1 or 2 episodes.
Okay. If you ever get into Utopia, ultimately, towards the middle or the end, you find out that there's a secret society basically that is in control of not just Hollywood but also many crucial institutions in entire cities. You know, it's like a capstone city, if anybody knows that term. That these guys are running the capstone cities, and they have crisis actors on call, ready to go for anything that the media might need to put out. In that organization in Utopia, which is a fictionalized, you know, movie, I think they are indicating both something of a reflection of the Process Church of Final Judgment, and also kind of a mingling with the Family International. And the Family International is more, I mean, they're not really a secret society. They're like a family cartel of, you know, dynasty fortunes. But I think that you crisscross those two real life phenomenon, the Process Church and the Family International, and you get basically what was depicted in Utopia, running the show behind the scenes. And maybe even you get mix in just a little bit of Scientology, and then there it is, boom, real life, live and direct. You know, this stuff is, the art is a reflection of truth in
Sure.
a crazy way.
So they say, and I think he could be a construct too, right? But that Julian Assange came from the family.
I think so. I think that one of their signatures is white hair.
Yes,
That's like,
right.
to be in an elevated level is to, you know, rock the white hair, and you're a public figure. So yeah, I think he's
Like
in
this cat that just showed up on screen right when you said white hair.
Nice.
He literally
What cat
appeared
are
right
you
when you said
talking
white
about,
hair.
Chance? We had another cat just show up in chat who might want to say hello.
Nice.
Hey, Baldy.
Hail, hail.
Hey.
Good to see you.
Like a sphinx
What's up,
cat.
guys?
A bald sphinx cat shows
Nice.
up in chat.
I'm just here to say quail eggs. Quail eggs.
They're beautiful.
That's all.
We have
You
a
need,
safe
like-
word tonight
you
in
need,
case
like,
Just
anyone
kidding.
passes
10.
quaaludes. No
Some white-haired
quaaludes in
dogs
back
chat.
there, too.
We have a safe word. It's fate. If you heard the word fate, we'll slam the brakes, I mean, we'll maybe pump them, maybe there's anti-lock brake system, but we have checks and balances, and we're trying to make sure that we're taking the time and attention to meet everyone's needs tonight. I don't, Jim, where are you, man? I miss you. I need your help. I think we're in spotlight view.
Oh yeah, I just typed the answer to you in the chat. The view icon at the top right corner.
Oh, what's up, What's up, John? Where's Ponch?
I'm here. Me. That's a reference I think is over my age bracket. Sorry, mate.
Benjamin's dating himself. Talking to a bunch of
I could have
millennials,
started
man.
going on about black beauties and things like that when you all went with Quaaludes and really dated myself, but hey.
So you like it though, huh? It's pretty good.
That's where we're at tonight.
With the big glasses, it's priceless. You need to come up with an overly sexual, really bad phrase to put on the front over the speedo.
Afternoon delight.
Let's talk of chunky fruit gravy if you're looking for something sweet to eat later, baby.
Yeah, fruit gravy and a whisker biscuit.
Fruit gravy.
Yes.
So have we gone from 6 to 8? Is it official?
Yep.
We're there.
There's 6 to 8.
Episode 68.
7.
Can we go back to the talk of the planets and the metals?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Platinum planets.
Please.
So I had to take a shower because my water's been out for days, so I couldn't jump on then. Whew.
Thank you for showering.
You betcha.
You smell great.
My wife's coming home, so I know, right?
Looking real shiny. Well polished.
It's the frankincense and myrrh goat soap. It's wonderful.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And so you look, all those metals that are derived. So in my opinion, it's a little different than what most, including alchemically. So things get a little bit weird. But you look, all the fine metals, that's your platinum level elements. So you look, Polaris then is your platinum, and then derived from that directly is your sun and moon, which is the next step down from the split off of Polaris, and that's where you have gold and silver, and then from that it splits and drops down again. So here's where things get a little funny. I think everything from in between what we're told about the luminary order, everything in between us and the sun is fairly correct, but everything between us and Pluto is wrong. And I think that those ones, and so the planets on that side, they're feeding the moon, and they're actually degrading and becoming smaller, and they're radiating energy. So, and one of the things that really caught me on this was because I had already started having that idea, and so I started researching it. And when you look up uranium reactors, because then this would make because what really got me started on that was I was looking into tin, or not tin, aluminum matched with Uranus, and then tin and Jupiter, and I was like, that doesn't really necessarily make sense. So I'm looking at Uranus and thinking, well, obviously that, phonetically that's closer to uranium when Pluto's closer to plutonium. And I'm looking at the way a uranium reactor works, and they're all uranium aluminum reactors. And I think we're just getting told the inert side of this whole deal. So I think then those are all radioactive luminaries, and they're all feeding into the moon. And then Mars and Venus are different because that's the heart pump. So you got to look at this whole thing as it's as above, so below. So that whole system needs to work similar to a body. And so everything above that Earth level then is like your heart pump. That's where your Venus and Mars come in, and then you see the whole in the conspiracy world, the whole argument where it's red blood and blue blood, but we all contain both, because your red blood is your oxygen bearing blood, and your iron draws in oxygen, and then your Venus side your copper side pushes that oxygen back out of the bloodstream, and that way it can mix in with your muscles, pull things in and out. So you're looking at your heart pump with that, and then everything below that then is feeding the whole system, where the moon is then the anode, which would be your lowest chakra at that point, and then that itself feeds the sun. So where that split is after Mercury, it's Mercury, Mars, Venus. Well, Mercury is the messenger. It's making the conduit between all these things. It's making the transaction. So then you got the sun, moon, Mercury, or Mars, Venus, and then everything behind that level is all going to be degradatory. So, and anytime you're looking about the way they talk about the chakras, anything below that earth side is considered degradatory. That's your dirty side, your goat side, blah, blah, blah. And that side's supposed to degrade. When you're looking at this in a battery sense, the anode side degrades. That's where the particles are splitting apart, and then they come back together and recombine on the cathode side, where things are coming back together. So that everything below does need to degrade in order to make the system function, because that's what's feeding the whole upper half of the system, which is what's giving us usable energy.
Balderson, one thing that you made me think of it in there is something that gets neglected so much is the alleged asteroid belt, which is like, I think of it as a shepherd's wall, a cobblestone wall, a barrier between Mars and Jupiter. And people don't talk about it. They don't think about it. Maybe there's an element in some systems for it, but you're talking about degrading and degradatory in that wall, that asteroid belt. I think it's way more significant than people give it credit for. But it is at that dividing line. And we're told that Jupiter is highly radioactive. It's giving off like immense levels of radiation. So that's really cool that you said that those other planets are more radioactive, those outer planets.
Yeah. And I think Jupiter might be thorium. And thorium is the step between almost all of these different radioactive elements, because the one that we seem to find the most useful is uranium, and thorium does a neutron or a neutron transfer, as opposed to like your typical decay chain when you're looking at radioactive elements, is that a proton leaves. And so as proton leaves, it degrades down into the next element, so on and so forth. Well, then thorium will actually make a transfer up instead of down, where it grabs onto neutrons, moves neutrons across, and now we can take something that wasn't uranium and enrich it into a uranium because the thorium's transferring neutrons. So really fucking interesting, right?
Yeah.
And Jupiter's the giver of good things, right?
Yep.
So
Yeah, that's
the
brilliant.
great benefactor, he's called the guru, etc. That's
Nice.
cool.
Nice.
what I love about that whole thing that you just said is it made me think of some notes that I was taking just today. And I just got off a conversation with Rising from the Ashes about the divine feminine. The first thing you said, the first thing that came to mind looking at that chart was how you have the sun and Saturn, and how people are like, well, maybe the Saturn was the sun. If it's a loop and you're going through the process of creation, absolutely it was part of the sun, and absolutely the sun is part of Saturn. Because if consciousness is flowing through there, then you're it's, you're going to remember that part of consciousness. It will be a point of creation for you. And that's, my notes are a disaster. Only I can read them probably. But I was looking at different moon cycles with the 12 signs going around, and they are uneven numbers. But what I was also thinking of is that you have this point where it's all light. Like you have points of like all light with full moon, and then you have points of dark. And that's where you have, where we see the snake biting its tail. There's like a void part going through Pisces, going backwards through Aquarius and Capricorn. There's technically like 5 signs, but it's more like 3 here.
Yeah.
But you have this, like, you've got that breakdown, and then you have times when you are in the void, where you are experiencing that lack of consciousness, where you're just all one with everything. You're experiencing the paradox. And then you go from Pisces to Aries, which is something I was reading about, how you get fire from water. It to us, we see it as spontaneous, but there is a process there. So there's probably a breakdown that you're talking about with all these elements getting to be more, radiated and toxic because they're part of that breakdown. And you're just getting into more etheric sense, I guess, with some of that.
I have a quick couple things to say. First of all, thank you, Lucas, LC King, for the chart that I had pulled up while Ben was describing the planetary metals and the directional flow of that. But I think it's interesting that it's been in the news lately that China is leading the way in the world for replacing uranium in nuclear power generation with thorium.
Oh,
And that,
snap.
just that story symbolically sounds like, Jupiter castrating his father, taking the throne, whatever. Uranus to Zeus.
Yeah, that is all in and of itself such an interesting story because of the big key component of chemtrails everybody talks about is aluminum. And when you look at that story, then aluminum's tied to Uranus, and Uranus at that point in time was the Sky Father. And the Sky Father then uses his essence to bind the Titans, and then he locks them into Tartarus, which Tartarus, when you start studying Tartarus, that's also the whole thing is made up of different metal alloys. And the gate is made up of a special alloy. And then Uranus, his essence then would be aluminum, the shed essence of Uranus, which to me is a depletion of uranium. They interact together somehow, but then you that will actually stop your cell salts, so you don't have bioavailability to your cell salts, is what aluminum does. And that's part of what the aluminum poisoning that everybody's suffering, and where you start losing your memory. And I always talk about how your memory comes from your salts. It's not really coming from your brain. When you lose that availability to the salts, you start having Alzheimer's, dementia, so many different mental diseases and brain diseases that you're talking about. And that's aluminum that does that. And then it's very interesting because then Uranus does get castrated and loses his genitals to his son Saturn then, which is going to be lead,
Right.
which isn't going to be affected by that in particular. Lead is a really interesting when you're looking at it alchemically. The way lead doesn't break down to
Right.
things, and yeah, super, super interesting, right? But that means then that it loses its salt power when you're looking at that castration. So it's losing its salt power and its density. And the same cycle, we can see that followed with the elites too, and they know this is coming, and they know the Titan power is getting ready to take over, and they flooded the whole damn world with aluminum and tried to take away our root power. and it's absolutely fascinating, that whole story. And we all know that Rome's still running things, and so they're going off of
Yes.
Roman stories, of course.
Right.
You
It's
know
interesting
what's
that the weave is there just to point out the Spiro thing, because we were talking about geoengineering at the beginning. But Kaylee, get in there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so exciting. Okay, so they say, according to one particular school of astrology thought, evolutionary astrology, that Uranus is a higher octave of Mercury, where Mercury is like our now processing, our short-term memory, and Uranus is the long-term memory, the like ancestral memory, that kind of thing. So that's super interesting, that connection with aluminum there. I just got so excited. Sorry.
Do you
Yeah.
think that
Well,
they're trying
and-
to cut people off from the Akashic record,
From
that
the
collective
What?
memory in that sense?
That's
Yes.
100%. Yeah,
Well,
that's
see-
what I'm thinking. That's my brain.
See, I don't
half.
think the Akashic record and so I think you got two things at play here. Okay. So in my opinion, the Akashic record is more of the 100 monkeys type shit. All right. And so that's like the world understanding. That's why most people can have some kind of a freak, just go in and out of it. Everybody's kind of got a place in it. I think what they're stopping you from is your salt memory. And that's a very personal thing that's derived epigenetically. Okay. And so we're talking about an epigenetic family line of memory. They aren't necessarily all your memories, because you could have been alive at the same time as your dad and your grandfather and your great grandfather. But this is your salt line memory, epigenetics. And it's a different thing, I think. Now they're stopping you from that epigenetic side and that salt side. And one of the other big things that you're seeing with this aluminum toxicity is autism. And when you look at these autistic people, the thing that they're losing is that salt emotional side. And a lot of people don't realize that emotional side is a more masculine thing. That's part of why men don't typically have such varied emotions. That's our thing. We've got pretty much mastered that. Which doesn't mean that we don't have our own issues. Higher thinking is our issue. We don't have a whole lot of that. We're not really interested in delving into it. We've got, we've got a cave and a TV and like some food. Throw that bucket of poop outside every couple days.
And
We're
yet
good.
here you are.
Right, but I've got a wife, and my wife will not fucking live like that. So
I want to say
The
about the
gift of
Akashic
women.
that I think, the sound healing stuff that I do has proven to me, at least, that the memory is stored in our field around us as much as, like, we got to have the salt side, the crystal structure, as almost like a receiver of the information that's in that bioplasmic electricity for us to infer what's there. And it also, of course, the salt side and the crystalline nature of our bones and all that does carry informational resonance as well. But I was thinking about the Akashic record idea myself, that it could be that the energy field of the whole system, the entire world tree or cosmic egg, the living being that we're within and upon, that could basically be the Akashic. I mean, it's something that you can tune into.
That's what the gene
But I
keys
agree
were
about the
talking
100th
about.
monkey effect too, though, because, the more people are tuned into a certain bandwidth of what's in the ether, the more accessible it is for everybody else, because our fields also interlink with each other and form yet another layer of the onion.
So we're talking about two different actions. Well, then when you look at these kids that get this autism and such, they don't care about emotions. They don't care about that kind of thing. Freaks them out.
Right.
They don't care about home living. They're all about this higher thought, and whatever thing that you give them that they can just zone in on.
Yeah.
They don't care if some of them to go to the extent where they won't eat, sleep. You have to manage those things for them. They don't care about home, loved ones, basic human needs that the rest of us care about,
Right.
because they've lost that connection to root so deeply. And
Right.
it's the root that is just 100% under attack. And it's that aluminum, it's that whole point in the cycle. But the hopeful part to this is Uranus did that to the Titans. The last thing that happens to Uranus before that is he loses his genitals. So that means his root power is also gone. They lose their root at the same time. They become weak, pathetic things also. And this is what we start seeing in the elites. If they don't have their watchdogs to these cops and things like that, all jacked up on steroids and testosterone to stand in front of them, none of these people would ever stand. If I walked into a room full of them people, they'd all roll over on their backs and piss on their bellies.
Right. Okay,
Wow.
I want to throw a bunch of ingredients on the table real quick and
Throw them
related.
all on the table.
I want to
Yeah.
thank you for the imagery of rolling over on their back and pissing
Yeah,
on their
man.
bellies.
That's great. In their boardroom.
I'm gonna have to
So-
come back and listen to this 6 times.
Are
Yeah,
they not
this is
fire
strong enough
tonight.
to
We're
shoot
on.
it into their mouth like a fountain? If they
This-
maybe get their
this-
legs up over their head, it might. No, don't drink your urine. Don't do it.
Okay.
Or do. I mean, a lot of people say do.
Uranus.
A lot of trustworthy people. Uranus.
Okay,
Urea
so-
is used in a lot of shit. Okay, just putting that out there.
Plants
Right,
love
so-
it.
So my theory is we're looking at the collapse of cash. We're removing ourselves from the sea, the salt of the sea. That's the sea ash. The sea ash is the old tree. That is a very sacred tree. And the word cash in I think Gaelic is ocean.
Oh,
The word for the sea ash tree is ocean.
right.
And so this separating us from
Ash
our
Wednesday
salt-
is this Wednesday.
I wonder if the
Yes.
sea ash, the cash, the paper money, when it burns, right? If there's an idea that a man has a certain worth, a certain value,
Yes.
and if that man is maimed or injured or killed, the family, the other tribe, would then need to go and pay that family to say, you've lost an essential worker to your tribe. It's worth how much? Let's negotiate, find that human worth, and then pay for it. This sea ash, paper cash, paper money, fiat currency idea, ash, does that have anything to do with, I wonder, a carbon footprint?
Nice.
Mm.
The sin of the fathers, the debt the people die with, it's accumulated to such an unthinkable degree. We've got to break this debt cycle. And the removal from cash is going to involve like putting to rest the old spirits and these blood feuds of these ancient bloodlines.
Like
And-
putting them in a casket, or like the fact that cash etymologically derives from the Latin word capsa, which is,
A capsule.
Italian casa means box.
Yes.
Capsa, capra.
And then here comes emotion,
Capside.
Yep, capsize. We're going belly up. We're going belly up. And here the word emotion has the word ocean, which I learned from Mario in one of your videos. How emotion has the ocean, and there's our salt.
So then the question is, when someone who has high functioning autism or Asperger's or something that is not neurotypical, or there's a spectrum of this, and this inability to read faces, to communicate and to understand and know what to do with an emotional inflection in a voice. Is someone angry at me? Or are they flirting with me? Are they making butterfly eyelashes flickering and kind of trying to get my attention because they're into me? Are they flirting with me? Are they, this is the idea of what we've weaving into the story so far of this episode. Side question, are we going to move to an intermission? Think about it. We might. The idea of high functioning adults with autism, maybe an invisible handicap that you cannot see. They look normal. Someone dressed them. Maybe it was a care worker or a parent or a guardian or someone. They showered. They're showing up at your local game store. They're playing Magic the Gathering with you. You know, are they going to flip the table when they get really upset because they lose? Because they don't know how to handle their emotions? But you don't say, hi, my name is, here's my name. I'm wearing my Autism Speaks t-shirt. This represents me. You know, it's sort of to what degree, and there's even some questioning as to, well, how can you really diagnose it? And can you say one person's case is more urgent or more requiring of monetary funds to create a special education situation where they might have to have an employee of a school district to be with them all throughout the school day to make sure that they're not, oh, it's really warm today, I'm just going to take my shirt off in the classroom. That's maybe something you can't do. And that's an example of someone who, when I was in grade school, was like, it's just really warm in here. And he was very uncomfortable. He'd take his shirt off. And then you have to be told, we have a dress code. You're required to wear shoes at all times. You can't take your shoes off. You can't walk around barefoot. And these sort of expectations for public life at a government school, government mind, right? So then this is going back to, I don't know how, but it's back to Christian and the Hedgehog Boys. There's a song called AUTISM. It's the third track from Christian and the Hedgehog Boys. It is sung over a live version of Larger Than Life by Backstreet Boys. This song is most notable as a view into Chris's personal definition of autism, a condition that makes him quiet and has rendered him so especially intelligent and different that he can't make friends. It is strange that he refers to fellow autistics as us, given the fact that he always tries to disassociate from the so-called slow in the minds, people more affected by Asperger's, autism, and other neurological conditions. So here's this character who lives online, posting his art and fandoms and interests, and he has all the time in the world to release albums inspired by popular pop songs, and he's entertaining people, and he himself doesn't quite understand or know if people are really appreciating and loving his art, or if there's an ironic detachment to say, oh my goodness, this guy's a train wreck. I'm going to keep watching, keep encouraging him, say, I'm your biggest fan, man. I love your stuff, just to see if he'll continue to release new music, art, comics. He doesn't know. And his story continues because there's this question of masculinity, and is this boy ever going to grow up to be a man, or is he going to decide that estrogen is something more interesting to his way of being, that he'll opt for that operation hormonal thing? And it's all on the internet. So minute by minute, people are posting their thoughts, opinion, diagnoses of his mental states at the moments. And there's message boards and forums and private chats just devoted to studying this person. It's all online. And this is all surface level stuff that I'm aware of.
So to clarify, were you asking if I secretly flirt with you so that way we could make out during the intermission while playing Magic the Gathering and listening to a knockoff Backstreet Boy band? Is that what that was?
I wouldn't call it a date, but hanging out.
Okay.
I have a
yeah, I'm
question
down.
for Ben.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure we'll find a way to return
Yeah.
to the Backstreet
Do we
Boys.
need snacks though? Do we have food? Are we still hungry? Are we
I'm almost ready for intermission.
Taco Bell?
My wife's gone. I
Mhm.
have some hot pepper cheese.
Meow.
You know how to go straight to my heart. It's
And quail eggs.
cheese and Quaaludes.
So Never a Straight Answer tells us that in 1999, they flew this paper mache and aluminum tinfoil science fair project to the moon, and somehow with this amazing $62.8 million, whatever this is, they were able to tell that the moon has thorium on it in this level of concentration. And although I don't really know why we would be expected to believe that that thing could tell us this, or that the moon is even a solid object for all we know, I wonder if you had any thoughts why they would be telling us the moon has got thorium. Almost looks like an eye shape.
The moon is cheese. You know that, Chance.
Speaking of cheese.
My first thought is thorium's highly radioactive, and didn't we land people and have them hang out there? God, Buzz looks good for having hung out on some bunch of thorium, doesn't he?
They say, according to the Wikipedia page, Wikipedia, that it's mildly radioactive, but maybe they didn't land on this part. Maybe they landed on the dark side.
Yeah, that's interesting that it's on our side. It's on the Earth-facing side. That is interesting.
Yeah, and there's these hot spots too. Makes you like, what are they telling us with this? I wonder. Just thoughts. I don't know.
Yeah,
Just
no, that's a great
curiosities about
question.
thorium.
That's a
No,
very
okay.
good question.
I've got some stuff about the moon. real
Very interesting.
quick.
Really?
Most
Yeah.
interesting part is that this thing supposedly told us that map. Like, okay.
Yeah, right.
Really quick before we do an intermission, I do want to go back to what Benjamin was saying about, people with autism being more on the etheric side. So when we're talking about dealing with people in social situations and things like that, we're dealing with people who are incredibly etheric. That's why social norms aren't a thing. That's why they're like, I can just take my shirt off if I'm hot, because they're up here, because they're up there. And so when we have all these ascension programs, they're like, rise, rise. They're making it seem like this wonderful, beautiful thing to be in this etheric space. But it's great to be there, but it's also taking you out of being the middle path. It's cutting your root off in a very subtle manner. You're trying to escape this planet. It's a way to get you to do that willingly and make it fun and beautiful. And it is wonderful to be etheric, but we are meant to be the middle path. So I had a roommate who had Asperger's, and he took the test because he wasn't sure. High functioning, brilliant person. But it broke my heart that he would rather have government support than try to use his gifts and his talents to try to support himself. And that was just how I feel about it. It's like you have this etheric mind, and I bet you there are communities who would love to work with your etheric mind. Instead, you're choosing to go with the system that labels you as a handicap, and you're going to wear that badge everywhere. I have a handicap. And I don't know that that's how I want to be seen by the government, especially, no matter what.
Right.
So I think that's really all we're, dealing with is these people who are highly etheric. And it's
Right.
learning to recognize it and learning how to speak their language and help them ground. And have them be willing to ground. That's the hard part, is being willing to ground.
Yeah.
I actually know a guy who with the root chakra, he claims that he reversed autism in his young daughter through using fermented foods to adjust the gut
nice.
biome over a long period of time.
That's awesome.
That's grounded as fuck.
I want to point out that the word handicap has the word decap.
Especially
Handicap.
with what Chance just said. When you look, okay, when I go and work on my garden, the root part of my garden is the biome of the garden. That's the first thing that I need to fix, is getting that whole biome which is the stomach of the plant. That's where the microbacteria, the fungi, the things that are controlling your pH, controlling that very basic thing of you, the very root parts of you, that's needs to get under control. And we've all met somebody that gets hangry, like these people that get hangry. Your stomach bacteria literally can make you a different person. This was just horrible too. Christy and I were driving to Eureka to go to the grocery store, and I'm flipping through the radio stations, because when you're going through the redwood forest, it's like prayer for a signal, right, of some sort. And not that it's that bad, because you're just looking at the redwoods anyways, but I'm flicking through it, and this program comes on talking all about what sugar does, and how how it changes your body chemistry, how it changes your mental chemistry. There was all these groups of troubled teens, and then they looked at their sugar intake, and where a typical person would only be like 2 teaspoons a day, these troubled teens were up to 90 teaspoons a day.
Troubled
teaspoons. Right. And that once they took that sugar out of the situation, these children calmed right back down, started acting more normally. Well, all of this is biome, all of it. So absolutely goes with what Chance just said, getting that stomach under control, getting that biome into alignment, and that's where you got to start the process.
I'm convinced
The
Candida
stomach
is a
has
demon.
neural cells.
Nice.
Go ahead, Kaylee.
Yeah.
I said I'm convinced Candida's a demon. Hey, little girl wants some more sugar.
Well, Lindsay on her Rogueway show, she has that Phoenix Aurelius alchemist on, and he has the IDF machine, and they asked it about like illness.
Yeah.
And he said, and things like that, and by like germ versus terrain theory, and the IDF machine gave back the answer that I don't know how the thing works. I need to look into that more, but the answer they got back was that neither is fully correct, but that the closest humans have ever gotten to describing accurately what goes on with illness, not germ or terrain theory, but demons. That was the closest approximation. So I think that
our way to an
it makes sense,
here.
because when you look at something like a colonization of your colon,
Yeah.
these are living beings. They do have an energy field. They do have a function of consciousness that's based on their energy is consciousness, and consciousness takes on the shape of its container, like water.
Right.
So depending on the shape of that particular life form that may taking up a lot of real estate in your body, it's going to alter your consciousness, and that is akin to the idea of demonic possession, which is what they attributed illness to in the past.
Yep.
I think that it's a good metaphor.
It's the Sugarborg, Zuckerberg, the Zuckerborg. Mark
During the
Zuckerberg.
intermission, let's not obtain too much sugar.
That's right. Is anybody turtle heading? Is the tip of the iceberg poking out?
Turtles
I
all the
don't
way
know.
down.
I'm gonna find out. We're going to move to an intermission, and we will be back in 5 minutes for part 2.
Boom.
Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. 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 The web structure was spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised a... The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for socket. Waited till the caffeine spider was exhausted. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. 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 The web structure was unaffected. Bug spider, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was unaffected. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over... The crack cocaine spider figured
The
building
Weirdos
webs
Mister
was for socket.
Has the song played twice.
Socket. Caffeine spider was exhausted.
There it is. That's what ascension is. Oh, there's spiders there.
Crack spider.
Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was unaffected. Bug spider, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was unaffected. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over... The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers. Waited until the caffeine spider was exhausted. Caffeine spider.
Have you heard the
Nice web,
song
Mr. Crack Spider.
enough times? Never gonna
Nice web,
give
Mr. Crack Spider.
you up.
Get
Never
in there,
gonna
coach.
let you down.
Mr. Crack Spider. Nice
Jim,
web, Mr. Crack Spider.
Chance,
Nice web,
How are you?
Mr. Crack Spider.
Hello.
Kaylee,
Hello. Hello.
Nice web,
Robertson,
Mr. Crack Spider.
we're all here tonight. Are we back? Are they hearing us on YouTube?
I believe we are back.
And we're back. Welcome.
It's good to be back.
Tonight we have Slick Dissident, Mario, Jim.
This costume
Chance.
change is just for Benjamin.
Yep.
Mhm.
The best part, I was when I saw it, I turned and looked at my new apprentice, and I'm like, oh god, you gotta see Chance's new outfit. It's fucking great with the stash. I'm not sure which one was better.
Are you a
I'm losing
lad
my shit over here.
insane right now, Chance Carton?
I don't have a fez. I should have had a fez.
That's
Oh, it's
sweet.
fucking great. I love it. It is.
I found
think
this
that's
Jimi
the name of
Hendrix
a
vest on
song that we
Etsy.
can write. I should have had a fez.
Bedazzled as fuck.
Hell yeah. Glorious.
I was all out of Pez.
I want to get I want to get a bedazzled cod piece. So,
You can do that.
I know, right? I'm gonna be
Kaylee?
like the that way if
Bedazzled
Dune,
cod
if they go to
pieces.
remake a Dune again, because that is what the new Dune was mostly missing, was Sting in a cod piece. I mean, I don't care what else there was. You had Sting in a cod piece. Just thrusting them fucking hips. Just I'm you just that's just good entertainment.
Thank
I'm
you,
telling you.
70s. Thank you.
I was jealous of the mustaches. Okay, I needed to join the fucking. I've always maintained that I never ever had penis envy. I always had beard envy. So I guess tonight I've got mustache envy.
We used to have holiday mustache parties, and there would be a contest on who had the best mustache. There were even little trophies involved.
Milk mustaches.
I'm the only one with a real mustache, though.
Chance, you look badass.
Do you want a mustache ride, baby?
I ground scored these glasses at a festival on the
Nice.
ground, and they were in perfect shape.
I
was
was
actually
ground
gonna
scored a
ask.
bunch of stuff.
He was
I
staring, he was
lost them in my
staring at the
backyard, and I
ground
found them
because
months later, still in perfect shape.
Nice.
he was staring at the ground because his ketamine-induced trip was making him wonder if his feet were his own feet.
No, that was never my thing.
Glasses.
I have
Welcome to party room.
I
There's
have
a festival
You're
happening.
ruining
now
the look.
on
You're
Telegram.
ruining the look, Chance.
There's
So
an ecstasy vibe right
okay,
here.
never mind.
Go for it, Kaylee.
Okay, yes. So there are these corner stores up here, right? And there is one particular brand for a long time called Max. And there's one particular location downtown Calgary that was called the Crack Max. Well, the brand was bought out by the Circle K. Now it's the K-hole.
Oh, that's awesome. That
Nice.
is awesome.
Carry on.
Nice. Nice. Jim's got the mustache on mustache. That is the double layer mustache.
Oh,
Chance.
speaking of,
And
there was something our compadre SB Alger asked us to ask Jim about. And it's funny because he posted this before. He's not even watching the weave. He posted this before we went on intermission. Can we see this? What is this about, Jim? We're meant to ask you, what is this?
Oh, that's a video I made one time. It's hey, I forget what it exactly was about, but it was pretty funny.
Okay, that'll do.
This guy's
I'm glad I zoomed in on that one. Hey, Chance, did you ever notice anything vampiric going on with your festival experiences? It's
Yeah,
something I've wanted to ask you, actually.
I did an episode with Lindsay a while back, I think pretty early last year, where I actually went into that.
Oh, nice.
It's called like psychedelic vampires and festival entities.
Oh, dang.
And because yes, there are people, just like there are secret societies of vampires, there are, I guess you'd maybe call them more like a gang, but they're essentially a secret society. There are people that do a lot of psychedelics over a long period of time and learn of energy transference techniques just because they're in this altered state. And then they get a taste for it and they do it on purpose. And I've seen it done. And then there are also those that don't really know they're doing it, but because there's so much leaking energy out of all the people with holy auras,
Yeah, exactly.
from blasting open their chakras,
Yeah.
that do it unconsciously. And I guess like it's very bizarre because a lot of people just don't seem to even notice what's going on. But I've seen it. It's been a while since I have witnessed it in a stark and drastic way. But like people will be in a group and one of the members of the group will be having some kind of a consider like a hard time or, you know, some kind of psychological issue going on. And then out of the blue, you get ride-alongs, what I call them, hitchhikers. People that will just show up out of the fucking woodworks and literally like latch on to the person in your group that's having the hard time. And you like can't get them to leave. And they just are mirroring and reflecting, but in usually an angry or a sad way, whatever the issue is that the member in your group had going on. And it's like demonic attachments, but that you can actually see, and it's a human being doing it who's like really fucked up on drugs or super drunk. It's really bizarre. That's the best way I can put it in a nutshell. And those are the more unconscious experiences of it.
Uh-huh.
And I saw it enough times. I was like, what is this pattern of people literally coming and getting stuck like glue onto somebody? And it even happened to me a few times. And I realized that it had to do with something that was going on inside of me and could close that loop and detach. But it's pretty bizarre. But I've also seen like straight up fucking sorcery level on purpose.
Yeah, buddy.
I believe it.
Vampirism stuff going on.
Yeah, no, I'm interested in that.
Oh.
Go ahead, man.
I'll link that in our groups.
Well, what about what about, so every festival, and I've been on a lot of festivals, but I'm always there as a vendor, and I end up just shutting my tent off, and I'm way more dominant male than any dudes at the festival, so they'll leave me the fuck alone once I grow. And but they always have a drum circle, and the drum is by far not the only thing getting banged in that circle, and it's always just a very swinger, heavy sexual, just gross feeling, the way you're not saying that sex is gross by any means. I got 6 kids. I obviously have no issues with that, but but just the vibe of the way that is, because everybody's obviously very grungy, and you know, you've been festivaling all day, and then you're going to meet and dance around in this drum circle half drunk, and then just have random sex with everybody around you. That just seems to be extraordinarily prevalent. What do you where do you think that ties into that whole situation, and do you experience that yourself?
Yeah, you know, I gotta
you've seen that.
I gotta point out that it's whispered in the word. It's advertised to everybody who joins in. Fest devil. It's a feast of those devils. And it's, you know, whatever monkey you got on your back, whatever needs you need fixed, you can go there to get your fix. And that includes these vampires.
That's what everyone there is doing. Like you will see entire herds of frat boys trying to make it to one scantily clad drunk girl to try to like grind up on her.
Right.
And some people are there to find their drugs. Some people are there to like try to get. So it's usually a lot of things they're trying to get. And you notice that, sorry, Rachel, I just want to finish the thought real quick.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
You'll notice that there are like 2 classes of people at the Fest Devil. The majority of people are there for X, Y, or Z, looking for the thing, looking for the light. Literally everyone's going around asking, you got a lighter? They're all looking for the light to eat it off of each other, or to take it or to like self-parasitically eat it off themselves by blasting open their chakras too far. And then there's the class of people that are there trying to balance people's light. And whether they know it or doing it consciously as energy workers, or they're discovering that they have a latent understanding of energy working, but they're just trying to like be the parents to their friend group. Right. Those are the 2 types of people that are there. I literally, all the experiential knowledge that I gained from about energy healing before I ever started to research it, that is still a huge part of what I do today, came from the experiences I had at festivals. It's a big like rite of passage type thing.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Well, okay, so please check out the episode that we just did with Rising from the Ashes, because we did talk about a lot of these same topics. We did discuss Bach Saga quite a bit, which I'm still learning about, but that came up in conversation. So just to play devil's advocate a little bit, do you think there are ever situations where these types of festivals, these types of things are good and positive? Can they be good and positive exchanges? Because we have things like, I think I brought up the nightmares, the cult of the horse, and those types of fertility festivals and things like that. So, does it always mean being swingers, or can you have perfectly monogamous bang parties? Like, what is this? What is this potential? Is that possible?
Yeah.
Is that
Basically,
ever
Rachel, what you're totally right. It's just a matter of boundaries across the board. What are the boundaries that the festival promoters put out there in the stated intentions and what they enforce? What are the boundaries of the individual as they learn to seek what they want without seeking, or become consciously or unconsciously vampiric to try to force to get what they want? But even those that have bad trips, so to speak, a lot of people come out the other side of those dark nights of the soul and as a refined person, like the carbon crushed to a diamond. But then there's the rare people that burn out, become spun monkeys or wooks, and they just become like a nonstop lifetime fiend for one thing or another. So it's like you're entering the fucking Thunderdome when you start messing with psychedelics in huge group settings that are the bigger and wilder and more party oriented, the more of a Thunderdome it is. But I've been to tons of events that were total emphasis on healing arts, music that is resonant to like human beings, and actual creativity and art as the goal. Those kind of events usually are a lot smaller. For me, the sweet spot is like 3,000, not bigger than like 5 or 6. And there seems to be this like weird threshold of around 9 or 10,000 where when you hit that mark and up, people start dying. It's so weird. But the lower, and I think that's because the trend for humans currently is that even in an event with a stated goal of like love and light, the trend for humans is that we're living in an age of rampant demonic infestation. As my friend Dylan says, the upside of that is it's easy to be good looking relative to everybody else.
Well, and
so the amplification of that group field energy also amplifies the strength of potential negative influences, including and up to people overdosing, or man, I've been at festivals with some really weird deaths, and they were ones that were more like the weirdest death I was at. This is kind of gruesome. I'm sorry. The weirdest death I ever was at a festival that had occurred was at Electric Forest in Michigan, which is run by Insomniac Entertainment. I'll pull up the logo later. It's a big fucking Moloch. And there's Molochs all over. I mean, not that owls are inherently bad. Most people don't see the symbol and they're like, oh, this is Moloch. But when you dig into that production company, I have no doubt that that's what they mean by it. And anyway, this was a huge festival, and a lot of that like on purpose energy harvesting vibe is there, but most people are there for like positive intentions and really good people. So it's like a strange dichotomy. Anyway, this is what I mean by just weird amplified possibility of a fuckery. A guy was like freaked out on something and sprinting through the back of the main stage area where people are set up hammocks like far from the stage. And he ran neck first into like this metal hammock hanger and fucking sliced his jugular open and bled out in front of a bunch of people. So I'm sorry for that gruesome imagery, but like that type of stuff doesn't happen at a certain size of event because people would see that guy that was having problems and be like, oh, we're here to help you. But when you hit that grasshoppers to locust, human swarm vibration, you can see people in the worst shape and somehow just ignore it. So anyway, that was a long rant, but this is I'm very interested in this subject that doesn't get talked about too often.
Yeah, man.
Same.
I one thing I want to point out, and then I got a question from Mario. So Burning Man 19 was the final Burning Man before the shit hit the fan. And the theme of Burning Man 19 was Ovid. Ovid's Metamorphosis was the theme. And it was a couple months after that big, huge Burning Man ritual where the COVID hit the fan. And I don't think that's a coincidence whatsoever that it was named after the final Burning Man celebration. And then my question to Mario is, you asked the question, what do you see with it? Because it's clearly a pattern you're familiar with.
Right. Yeah. I just think it's interesting how, different musical scenes get co-opted, right, and are created and are constructs, from Laurel Canyon onward, and I'm sure it's been happening forever, sort of thing. And so I grew up in like hardcore and punk rock and stuff, and I have those same questions regarding that whole scene and some of the like pioneering bands and everything else. And I went to basically only one rave in my day, festival sort of thing, and it was called Midnight Masquerade. And I'll just say I was completely out of place because what was going on there, the vibe, the people, the graphics on the screens, it just screamed demonic, and it screamed intelligence agenda or some sort of intelligence campaign or something like that. I'm like, this is not natural. I don't know if normal people would put this together, but I could see a demonic entity putting it together, or some agency putting it together, or something to that effect. But there was just so many triggers all over the place that it gave us really bad vibes, and we ended up taking off like 20 or 30 minutes into it. Honestly, we did not stay very long at all. But I'm sure obviously that's not all of the festivals out there too.
No, but there are tons of, like, they're portrayed as being underground and organically popular DJs and bands, mostly DJs, that make it to like main stage countrywide performances all at this, like, you'll just hear about them one year, and the next year they're headlining at every festival in the country. Not organic at all. And they'll be like 23, like, how did you do that? I've tried to make some shit of myself, and like, wow, it's hard, So that's a real thing. And once you get sensitive to it and you're hip to the symbolic literacy, you will see the whole story painted in front of you in what everyone else thinks are like, whoa, those are just pretty crazy visuals, man. So here's some
right. Yeah, exactly.
Insomniac photos real quick. Yeah, this is Electric Daisy Carnival in Las Vegas.
Oh wow, that looks
Doesn't look like a nice
from
owl. I mean, an
Winnie
owl
the
is one
Pooh,
thing,
right?
but that doesn't look like a very nice owl.
That looks like an ass howl.
So here's their current logo. They switched away from but you see this concentric black and white circle thing screams MK Ultra mind control, and it's an eye.
Oh, there's the bullseye, Mario.
The bullseye. Oh, I have the
Yeah,
bullseye
exactly.
from before we started. I had a bullseye thing pulled up. Maybe we'll get back to that.
Aldebaran.
And here's their UK logo. So anyway, owls aren't in themselves
At least
bad.
that owl doesn't look as angry.
Yeah, I know. This is a fucking mean looking owl. Anyway,
Yeah,
what you're
it's just
saying
an
is totally
angry bitch.
right on, Mario. And
Like,
I'll go to events where I half the shows are not palatable to me for that reason, either because it seems like intelligence op or people imitating intelligence op artificially created heroes and
Oh,
trying to make
shit.
music like them.
Oh shit. Insomniac has CIA is in the last three letters is IAC. There's a CIA. Psalm is sleep, and in. So you're in bed with the CIA. You're sleeping with the CIA.
I love it.
Damn. That's trippy.
That's interesting because I really haven't been to any raves. Like I went to a festival in Utah last summer, but I don't think it was huge, and I really wasn't vibing with most of the music because it's not really my jams. But I've been to rock shows, like I've been to rock music festivals, like 4-day festivals or a couple days, and it's very different. It's very different. So I wonder if the level of consciousness is, kind of the same, like where, I almost want to say maybe electronic stuff might be more etheric because it's a little more transhuman.
Depends. Like some
Positive
of the
or
DJs
negative
go
trans.
fully low
Yeah.
frequency, super
Yeah.
bass.
But like, I think the different types of programming that we're talking about is very fascinating because I think rock and roll is very honest about its programming. Sex, drugs, rock and roll, like you live, you die. It's very honest about what you're doing. And it's very different because I think you can tell when you walk into a show what it's going to be. You know, I've skipped openers because it's like, okay, I know what that one's going to be about. You know, I don't know that I want that vibe before what I came here for, type of thing. But I think that's fascinating because it's like I've been to I've seen Elaviti probably more times than anything, and that's, you know, kind of folk metal, but it's so beautiful, it's so sincere, it's so pure in what it is. So I think there's so many different things about that, and what we're putting in and what we're allowing, and who's putting this out. You know, it's like there are agendas everywhere.
Right.
And we're looking at a lot of the negative agendas, but there are also really positive agendas too. And those are positive programming. And I think that's amazing. And I think it's fun to look at those things too. You know, I mean, I have
When was
also
this
seen
thing you went to,
like
Mario?
Tyler the Creator. That's wild.
Man, the year I'm not sure. I don't know what year, but it was called Midnight Masquerade. The company who put it on, the logo was like a red cube sort of thing, and everyone was masked up. And my girlfriend just reminded me too that it really did feel like a sex trafficking sort of thing. And where it was at in Portland, that would have made perfect sense. And Portland is like a hub for that sort of thing. I think there's many hubs, you know, but there was just so many things off about it that I honestly felt like I was the only adult there. I was like, who were like the adults? Where are the responsible people at? You know, the sexuality thing, hypersexualization, and people were hardly wearing anything. And clear drug use. Obviously, that's going to happen. But, you know, a lot of these shows are put on basically by the dealers, right?
Right.
Well, they'll be,
So-
yeah, exactly. The festival companies have their gang. They're allowed to sell the certain drugs, you know.
Yep.
Who doesn't get through security with it. That's a real thing. Yeah. And the sex trafficking is unfortunately also very likely in, especially like, you know, a lot of these huge camping festivals. Okay, so people wearing less and being like sexually free, all of that is potentially okay and potentially even a really good positive experience for people. It just depends on everybody's respective boundaries and how many people are looking out for other people versus how many people are looking for the thing they're trying to get. So when you have these like multi-day camping festivals though, out sometimes a couple hours from like a major city or a even decently large city, you know, sometimes you got to make sure you have enough gas for an hour to a gas station after the event. And you have potentially thousands of people there, multiple tens of thousands, maybe. Seems like it'd be really easy to pick up some young, spun out people and take them wherever you want and no one see them again. I feel like that'd be really easy to do after one of those events.
Definitely. I feel like we kind of saw some of that happen, to be honest.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it is what it is. But you guys are totally right. I mean, there's positive festivals and positive things going on along those lines too. And just because someone's doing something, one thing I've learned is that like two people can commit the same act for radically different reasons. You know, one it's detrimental to them, and the other one they need to do that because of whatever reason. You know, that's the path that they need to go on. And so I feel you in that regard for sure.
Have you
Not
guys
every-
ever been to a Christian mega church, a Hillsong or a Mars Hill or something where there's
Actually, yes.
beautiful sound systems, stage lights,
All my life.
smoke machines, the screens say
smoke
the lyrics, so
machines.
it's karaoke and you can sing along. Yeah, they've made that option available. People want to sing along in community, and they make it a little safer because it's a church setting and the whole family can attend, and you can kind of rock and roll with the cool Christian kids and the hipsters, and we have this conversation all the time, don't throw the baby Jesus out with the bathwater. But when they start doing the drum circle in the church and it's boom, 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 and they get the rhythmic drumming going on, and the worship just sort of shifts, and you start to see the people walk like robots to the altar, like they don't have a thought in their mind to do something else. Then the music can control them, and now it's Jesus camp, and everyone's filled with the Holy Spirit, and they're not imbibing on drugs and alcohol, and maybe they didn't have any communion wine earlier, but they're still acting different, and the music alters that. At the
So-
altar, that's literally what it's called, and that's where the people are all congregating forward together, and it gets crazier the closer you are to that drum set on the stage, so you can feel the bass hitting you. Anyone experience that?
Yeah. I also
I've experienced
what
bass
was
so intense I
called,
had to lay down.
Was it in a
also
church
experienced
auditorium?
Love Feast.
No.
Was it a Skillet concert?
You say love feasts?
A Love Feast, where it's essentially, maybe not so flashy like that, but it is like a church service where you're going with the intention of being, excuse the vocabulary, high on God. And for a long time, a lot of the Pentecostal churches would be drunk in the spirit. My generation gets
Charismatic
high.
churches,
Yeah, charismatic
especially
churches.
really get into that.
So that was the Love Feast, and being completely focused on the presence of God and allowing that to be your high, your connection. And that was the Love Feast. So, it's like having that festival experience that everybody's after. You're there for this music, you're there for the feelings. That's why these people are on opiates, these drugs, and those things are all fine, and medicines or whatever. But it is a totally different experience to be in the presence and to be so blissed out on just presence alone.
Blissed out on
And
the Jesus juice. Hallelujah.
yeah, like
Come
it's
on
pretty
down,
wild.
get slain in the spirit, watching people just lose their ability to stand on their own two legs.
I've seen people just
People are
laugh.
just violently shaking for hours because there's so much energy in it. And as you were describing certain festivals and concerts where you feel like an outsider, but everybody around you is so into it. Sometimes you can walk into a revival meeting, a tent, a circus, whatever's going on, and you're like, am I the only one hearing this? Am I the only one seeing this? I don't even know how I'm here, and you guys are all there, here, there. Where are you? Up here right now. Your altered state of mind, of consciousness, is so different. And then you're just not vibing with it. And you're like, oh man, I'm really creeped out.
I have a fun thing.
I'm not running around. Am I? What's wrong?
I have a fun thing that I have a question for Ben, but we may have a little bit of response for this fun thing. Okay, so the Insomniac company, they have a radio show on Sirius XM called Night Owl Radio. And I was reminded of this when I was like Googling for images of their logo. And this one really stood out. It's from number 238, the cover art for that episode of the radio show. And so there's that. But this is the main logo for it, I guess. Very interesting. So I looked up number 68 of that radio show that's been going on for many years. Because we're on episode 68 right now. And we got Countdown to New Year's Eve. And look at this. He's fucking got the hypnosis watched for you there. Watch the watch. Thought that was weird. Worth
Exactly.
sharing.
Well, that totally connects because we're talking about the TikTok tracks that are hot and people are dancing to the 15-second TikTok soundbite. And we're talking about episode 6, 8, which is here and now, and 6/8 time signature in gent rock music. And there's something about altering the bass line and the drums and the beat patterns of the notes to get you in a different mood. And it is,
And they had
is it a
lightning
marching
bolts in
tune.
everything. Lightning bolts on every one of them pictures.
The electric
Everyone.
energy.
Yeah, look at this owl, man.
Yeah, it's
Stuff.
even got the word.
I think it's the dirty electricity, man.
The
I'm
Harry
telling
Potter
you, the
lightning
gin or
bolt on
dirty
the forehead.
electricity. That's what I think.
We're moving
Chan-
into Thor time now. We're getting out of Odin time. We're moving into Thor time. It's going to start showing up.
Uh-huh.
We're talking
Chance-
about the father
Electric
getting
universe.
killed by the son, but he doesn't have to do that. That's totally unnecessary. That can also be metaphorical. It could be a ritual, kind of like a rite of passage.
Uh-huh.
But, we're going to start seeing that. We're going to start seeing things about, the returning of Christ. We're going to see that, all about the son now, because we are in a literal generational shift. I think with everything going on, we're forgetting that that's really what's happening. That's really what's going on. All these elites, all these, so-called whoever they are, they're an old generation and they're trying to keep their legacy alive.
Right.
So you're
Chance-
going to start.
I think they
seeing
just
it.
change clothes and dress up like the next guy.
Sure, totally.
Chance-
That's how they keep it
Electrically-
going.
Go down a little on this
Electrically,
picture,
when you
Chance.
look at
There's quail,
Ed Balderson.
That's the owner of the company.
and
That's
Balderson's
the-
got quail eggs.
Preludes?
That's quail.
that's right. That's right.
They pronounce it
It all
Pasquale,
ties
and he's
together.
like treated like a fucking Jesus character in the scene. That's for sure.
Nice.
It's the
when you
medication, the
look-
drug knocks you out. You're out of your mind. You're in an altered state. You're more susceptible to not questioning.
Pass the
what
quails,
is
bro.
going on.
Pass those quaaludes.
Does anybody ever ask, hey, can you print out the lyrics sheet so I can see what the words are going to be before I can go to the concert? Right? Because I want to make sure I want to hear these lyrics. Does anyone ask that question?
My mom would have done that.
It's like pass quaaludes, rot alia. Rot alia.
Stop.
Yeah.
So when you look electrically, the whole deal there is then when you get this buildup, on the ether side or the sun side, you get this giant buildup, and then Thor comes in and he's got his Mjolnir and calls down the lightning. So when you finally get that ground, that etheric power all drops out and it naturally loses its power. But that buildup was an imbalance anyway. So it's coming back to balance. It's while the etheric side is definitely losing its power, my wife just got home, so the dogs are being something else right now. But it definitely loses its etheric power. That etheric power was a buildup because there was a lack of ground that was happening, and you needed it to ground itself out to bring the system back to balance.
I kind of read the lightning bolt thing too as being related to some sort of Age of Aquarius program. And I can't say what age we're in or what we're entering or when that's all happening. It's not my thing, but I do think that there is an Age of Aquarius program that's being perpetuated. And I think the festival thing kind of like embodies that in a lot of different ways, and how much electricity too it takes to put on these things. And then the electric component as it relates to Aquarius and everything else,
What
Part
is
of
All the
that
events
new
from
age.
Insomniac are called electric something. Electric Daisy Carnival, Electric Forest, etc.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
That new age, perverted, Gnostic, utopia,
forced
shite.
initiation?
Yeah,
Yep.
you got it.
Yeah. Kind of bringing it back to different music bands and rituals and stuff. Was a huge metalhead for a long time. One of my favorite bands to go see in concert was Guar, and they would literally kill people on stage and fucking
saw
spray
Guar.
the audience in blood and semen.
I know
and
someone who
shit.
died
That's
there.
They were
They,
fucking
they-
awesome.
Butchered Killary and what's
They
his
fought.
name? Barack.
They
on
fought each
stage.
other on stage.
That's right. Yep.
And then anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I met a girl who got sacrificed and also molested at that show at like the age of like 13. She was like, "Oh, this was so great experience." I'm like, you realize what just happened to you, right? Like,
The only concert you'll see, well, the only metal concert you'll see, everyone show up in white and leave
Yes.
red and green.
I've heard this. I've heard this. Oh my goodness. I've known some warriors.
It's my favorite.
So there's
hoodie.
another
I love that about you, Caitlin.
with festivals being electric. There's another thing going on too. You know, Burning Man's one thing, but there's also burners, which may or may not go to Burning Man, but there's a subgenre of festivals that are really just about people getting together and playing with fire. So
Yeah.
it's like a different god archetype for them, I guess.
Well,
Some of those guys are
Interesting.
crazy. Like I've seen some
Local
amazing
bands.
performers, but that are super safe and intelligent. And I've seen people that are doing stuff that is taking years off their life. Like, you know, swallowing flame accelerants to blow fire and stuff like that.
right.
But almost catching their entire esophagus airway on fire and telling stories about how all the times they almost died. It's really weird.
So I've got a really crazy story to tell. This is probably one of the craziest things I've ever witnessed. And at the time I was like really neutral to it. In fact, it was romanticized in my mind at the time. And now I look back and I'm like, I wouldn't do that again. So this was when I was very heavy into the capoeira and the, Afro-Brazilian rituals. And I was invited to be a spotter for a fire dancer, to go to a ritual on a sacred holiday for these, they're candomblistas. It's the people who celebrate Brazilian voodoo. And we showed up.
I'm eating Brazil nuts, bro.
Oh, damn.
that
Damn, that's
selenium.
so appropriate. Okay. So we showed up. They knew we were coming, but we just came at exactly the time we probably would not have been preferred to show up. And it was at a inner city location. And we, there was just automatically when we came up to the house, there was this weird energy like, maybe just wait out here for a while. And it's like we came at exactly the wrong moment and things were just super awkward. And it just got to the point where they're like, okay, maybe come wait in the side yard, in the driveway. And so we come a little further back to the back of the house. And sure enough, it turns out, I found out gradually that we were there at the moment when they were sacrificing an animal in the barn. And the ceremony was at its pinnacle when we showed up. And so they were keeping us in like, at a safe space so that we wouldn't, mess around with the energy that was being partaken in that shed. And all of the participants, they came walking out all in a line, and they're all dressed in ritualistic garb. And I could see the energy of these people. It disturbed me just to look at them. And I could see like some of these, sisters were holding each other up because there was like it was basically like they had been loosed by witnessing this traumatic ceremony. And then after they all file into the house, because now they're going to go eat. Now it's lunchtime. That's kind of weird. But then the master of ceremonies comes out and homie's rocking a red shawl and he's dressed like all in the ritual garb. And that's when I realized, the red shawl represents the blood that he is responsible for. He's the keeper of the blood. He's the one he's got the blood on his hands. I caught him red-handed in that moment. and he came out and he welcomed us, and he was embodying deity. The way he was dressed was a specific deity, and the whole energy was really off, and I was open to it at the time, like, this is interesting, this is cool, I'm learning a lot. And we did our thing, we did the fire dance, as the sun went down towards the evening, and everything was really cool. But now that I look back and I see what was happening, the guy wearing the red sash, he was the harvester. He was where the Loosh was being channeled into. By doing this torture, this horrible act to an animal, he was not only taking the energy of the animal, he was taking the energy of the onlookers, and probably channeling it in ways that I don't understand. That's beyond my understanding. But I just thought I'd share that these rituals are not for the people who are observing it. It's for the people who are putting it on. The person who's responsible, who owns the ritual. They get all the benefits.
Sure. Yeah, I've heard that some ritual sacrifices are basically intended to traumatize the person witnessing it so they can be programmed. So trauma-based mind control, basically.
You got it, man. They all went in the house right before they ate, and they got counseling sessions. It was the teachable moment, if you will.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Trippy.
It's a Guar hoodie, Kaylee.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's my favorite hoodie. The dedicating things and rituals and whatnot, there actually reminds me, they've made a show of it now, American Gods, but I've never seen the show. I only read the book. But spoiler alert, there's one particular scene, one particular event where there's basically a war that occurs. Someone throws a spear and dedicates the entire thing to Odin so that Odin can get all of the energy. And he's not a good guy in this particular story. Anyway.
Jim, I met somebody who knew that guy.
Ooh.
I heard about this, and somebody said that they claimed that he did it for Odin.
No way.
That's what I said. I was like,
I got from someone who
I don't think
supposedly met this guy was that they witnessed him being handled and given drugs throughout the weekend by the same group of people, and that it was giving him a really weird vibe, and he didn't want to be around them. So I don't know. I think that, I think this was this idea was suggested into him while he was in a vulnerable state.
Wow. Look at
that's evil.
I mean, we're talking about these people doing all these crazy things after a certain amount of time. So either somebody's going to program them, or they're absolutely 100% open for possession.
It's really the same thing, actually.
Yeah.
The only time I ever spoke to somebody who was doing the psychic vampirism thing on purpose, and we just had like this really weird, frank and candid conversation. I swear it was like, I felt like I was Luke Skywalker talking to Darth Vader in like a parlay. And they were saying that him and his friends have these little goblin things that they can see that they send onto people, and it makes them laugh, and that's what gives them the good energy that they wanted. And they don't even interact with the people they're doing it with. But there's, I'm sure, all kinds of forms of it. They're doing a lot of LSD, and they're like sending goblins on people. It's really bizarre.
Some people might call that a servitor.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Thank you, Mario Garza. You badass. Putting a name to it, man. That's powerful.
Now, whether people know of this because they're initiates or because they blasted open some strange doors and something told them about it, either way, the effect is the same, whether they call it a servitor or not. But that is something probably worth further research, that whole concept. I think Joshua shared some this lightning bolt chart in one of the group chats, I think the Interverse chat, of like building a servitor kabbalistically the proper way to keep it under control. And it was the diagram was a lightning bolt, interestingly enough.
Yeah, that's interesting. Servitors can run amok. So
Right.
if you don't create them properly, and if you don't assist them or feed them properly or whatever, if you don't know what you're doing, essentially, they can completely run wild. And I learned a lot about this because I went to a class about servitors, and I didn't know much about it, to be
Yeah.
honest. There's this really cool shop in Portland, and they put on some pretty obscure classes. And so I was down. It was like right down the street from my place.
Yeah.
Anyways, I walked out of there not wanting to make servitors, freaked out by how many people create these things. And you might meet somebody at a festival or in public or whatever, or at a bar, and you don't know that they have these entities attached to them that they use for all of these different magical purposes, including a lot of vampiric stuff.
Sex
So when
demons are a real thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, definitely. So when I was done with that class, I was just like, holy shit, I'm so glad I went. But dude, I'm not messing around with this personally.
Right.
It's not my thing. But it was just really eerie and weird to think that there's people out there
Can I
doing
share the screen, Jim?
Man, that's a great call,
Oh,
Mario. I'm glad you said that.
Sharing it.
Yep, it's the Burning
Yeah,
Man.
you have to be really specific with those things. You got to even be like, this contract ends on Tuesday, and
Yes.
and you must self-destruct. You can even tell them to self-destruct, and it's like all this like really dangerous. The specifics are where the devil's in the details on the terms of those agreements.
That's right. Yeah,
The
exactly.
fine print.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. It makes me think this guy was covered in them. You know, when he ran in, it's like he was trying to remove some infestation or something.
Kill it with
Can we
fire.
remove the infestation of the screen sharing? This image of this silhouette of is he naked man in front of a fire about to jump into it?
I think he has shorts on.
Not for long.
That could be something other than shorts. I don't know.
That was crazy.
Oh shit.
That was crazy.
Wrong device.
Somebody did a breakdown on this, and it actually happened like exactly 666 hours after somebody burnt themselves on Washington, D.C. on the lawn. Somebody self-immolated.
Was
What the
was in
fuck?
Washington D.C.
And then they did the distance on Google's map, and it was 555 miles away, or 5,500 miles away, something like that. And it was all
From-
sixes and all fives across the board. That was a creepy breakdown.
Was it from Burning Man, where the guy burned himself? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, yeah, Burning Man is where that happened. But a week before, exactly 666 hours before, somebody set themselves on fire on Washington. And the distance between the two burning people was like 555. Yeah.
Wow.
Here's an image of a
Wow.
giant paper mache float representing U.S. President-elect asterisks Joe Biden, called Buffalo Biden. Bite moves through the streets of Viareggio,
That looks-
Italy.
That looks demonic.
The traditional carnivals parades back February 20th, 2022. Carnival parties around the globe after 2 years of no fun. People are back at it and having a bit of fun. We've had Hollywood Fashion Week. We have inflatable Harlequin dolls, jesters, carnival masks,
Mushrooms.
parades. Here's a crab on a parade. Maybe that'll come back next week for 6 and 969 cancer season.
Is that Macron?
Yeah, that looks to be the French president, a French president. I'm not sure which one it is, but
Macron. Macron is the marked one.
what's it
Yeah.
like to attend carnival season in 2022? I don't know. People are exchanging one mask for another. Maybe still wearing the same old masks. Maybe it's a different mask. Maybe they've gone to a music festival. All sorts of festivals are back in the headlines again after 2 years of no fun. do people remember how to behave themselves and hydrate themselves? And
No, they do not, especially with Jupiter and Pisces.
Mm-hmm.
Excess, escapism, overdoses. Fuck.
Are we seeing any upticks in that currently? Like, I'd love to look at the stats on that and see how that's manifesting. Like, if people are really going to go crazy, or like how many people have actually upgraded themselves to not do that. Because I mean, when I'm talking about the love feast and stuff like that, like I've mentioned to friends, like I've done substances, I've smoked weed, I've, you know, in the past I probably maybe did some blow or something, but it's like at some point you realize you can be bigger than all of that. So, you know, when it comes to Pisces, you can absolutely be bigger than all of that.
Absolutely,
So-
Rachel. I agree with you there.
So it's like, I wonder how many people chose to upgrade and actually start taking care of themselves and experience true ascension and really a level up, because that would be amazing to see during Pisces and Jupiter. I think that would be more ideal, not so much escapism, but like a major expansion.
It'd be definitely interesting to see some stats afterwards for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I don't know, you know, if I really want to go walking around downtown to see so many people were still about going to shows and like taking the vax and like doing the mask thing. So, you know, there are people who are just trying to kill themselves slowly and they're still going at it, going hard.
Sure. Yeah, definitely. Speaking of Pisces, so I've been looking into the moon card lately because of Pisces.
Ooh, speaking of
yeah.
the
And
moon.
it kind of relates to something Benjamin said earlier. Benjamin, you said something about the moon being fed. And so can you guys see my screen by chance?
Yep.
Cool. So this is the Marseille, however it's said, moon card. This is the Jodorowsky version. And if you notice, there's all these droplets, right, around the moon,
Yes.
and they're going towards the moon, right? So it's almost like the moon is being fed. And so I believe there's probably several interpretations regarding what these droplets are. But when I first noticed that, I thought it was pretty striking. Do you guys have any ideas or thoughts regarding the symbolic value of these drops?
No, I agree. They're definitely heading toward the moon, and the moon. So alchemically, all metals turn to all these lower metals turn to silver before they turn to gold, and as the system's sucking back up into itself, it the everything else feeds into the moon, and then the moon itself feeds into the sun. And even like there's a number of different cultural customs that feed into this, and even the Bach saga, I believe the sexual rites were supposed to be representing this, where the captains would give their semen to the Bach, who's the goat, and the Bach is the only one, or the anode is the only one who then gives to the queen, and or the cathode, the feminine side. And so that then feeds that, but everything else then's feeding the moon in and of itself, in that whole system.
Gotcha. And it would make sense that the moon needs to be fed too, even symbolically with its craters, right? It's meant to receive, or it's meant to hold something.
Good
So
point.
I thought that was interesting. So once again, the moon is ruled by Pisces, and then related also to the moon is the Chariot card. I'm sure that's on someone's bingo play card or whatever.
It wasn't until I edited it. Fuck.
And so you were mentioning memory from salt, which I think, dude, that is fascinating. And that gets my mind going in all sorts of different ways.
Yeah.
So the Chariot card is ruled by the moon. You could see the crescents right here on the shoulders. And then you see this white square right here. And then you see that he's in a cube. And I've kind of wondered if this is a veiled reference to salt, actually, in a way. I think it can mean several things. But like a cube of
Absolutely.
salt.
Sugar cube.
Crystalline
so the thing-
structure.
Space Nectar.
The thing that
He was a super
people,
sex predatory CIA DJ. He had a song that
So
was called Sugar
as
Cube.
Gotcha.
as that story evolves and goes through it, the thing that people don't realize is like, so you got to take all the evil connotations out of everything. When you separate the two sides, your etheric side or your fire side has no structure. It's this energy, but it doesn't have any structure. It's really not very usable. Well, then when you flip over to the other side, your chained souls or your salt side is immobile. So that has its own spirit in it. But that spirit's unable to be moved. It's frozen. And so as this story is evolving, you can see this through the cards, where through the first half, all those things are from the waist down in a block. And there's a whole series of them. And then it ends up moving on to the devil, where he's got the standing there, and he's got the two souls that are literally chained to the block. And then those are freed. And then you flip up and you go up the other way. So when you're looking at the way this entire
Bitcoin.
right. Didn't think about that. Good one. So when you're looking at this, the way the whole system works then is the salt side provides the structure, and the sulfur side provides that radiant energy. So now that it's got structure, we've got an entire usable system where these things can pass back and forth, but it's only through the mercury which that transaction is able to happen. So when you're looking at it in real world time, you take like water is your mercury, you throw some salt into that water, and then you take and you put a charge in it or whatever. The water receives the charge and then passes through the water into the salt, blah, blah, blah. If you have distilled water won't carry a charge. Only water with salt in it will carry a charge. That salt's creating that structuring. And so when you look at it now with the memory thing, Emoto's work, everybody takes out of Emoto's work that water has memory, but that's not true. The water in and of itself, because if you distill water, it doesn't have memory. That's actually what Emoto did. So after his very initial experiments, which were going around to different areas and taking water droplets and flash freezing them, his next experiment set was to see if he could put outside influence into it and get it to hold outside influence and what that would look like. So then if you study his work and read it, he openly says the first thing he had to do was remove the memory from the water, so that old influence isn't there, and the new influence he's giving it is now what's showing up. And that included distilling the water, taking out the salt. So now once the salt is out, this is all in his work, then the water always makes a hexagon without the salt in there. And so the salt in and of itself, while it's in the water, is going to be two things. It's going to be open to receiving, because then if you put signal into that water, you can literally see the water catch the signal. And you know, if the salt is mixed into the water, that now is getting embedded into that salt. And with the water and the salt, because of Emoto's experiments, we can absolutely see that the salt in the water was expressing itself in a given manner. And so now we're able to actually read it. So the water is basically like your computer programs, and the salt is acting as like your hard drive, that through that program, you're able to access the information in and out of that program. And you yourself are the person that's putting in that information or taking it out. And so you are the sulfur side in this transaction.
Yeah.
So that's the way the whole thing just works.
Gotcha, man. Thank you for that.
Yeah, look at the card. It's got water flowing behind him. There's a stream behind him.
Oh, sure. Yep.
And then
Yeah,
Mario,
exactly.
can you go back to the card, the moon card you had? Look at the water at the bottom, that pool. It's a hexagram. It's got the 3 sides, and then the remaining 3 sides are the rim of the card.
Could be a trapezoid
Mhm.
Could be a
if you were like
trapezoid.
gonna like follow those lines back.
Nice.
A
The-
rectangle that looks trapezoidal from perspective. Also think about this card that the fact that the moon, like people say it radiates cold, but wouldn't that just mean that it's pulling heat, not radiating cold? It's like
Oh,
La
it's
Luna,
pulling-
La Lucia. I don't know.
Well,
Yeah.
so the moon, the way that it radiates, because the moon is made of silver, and because that's one of your platinum level, and that's before the other ones are descended under it. Well, the silver actually, and this is how photography works and solar panels, silver will actually take in radiation. And then when it takes in that radiation, it actually makes little energy bonds between the particles and starts looking like a solid thing, which is why the moon starts taking on its full phase. Well, the way that that energy then leaves out of the silver is in luminescence, which is a cold light. So that's actually energy bonds just breaking in the moon. And it's luminescing on because that energy is just breaking apart and just letting itself go.
Nice. So I did a video a long time ago with the gematria of the word lunar and the word anode, and they matched up like crazy in 6 different ciphers. And then I took the word solar and the word cathode, and they matched up in the exact same 6 ciphers. And I thought that was really powerful. And just
That is nice.
yeah, I'll try to put that in the chat and share that, because it was a long time ago that I did that, but it's really, there's something powerful about the,
Could you repeat that again? What was the cipher? What were the words?
well, it was the word, oh no, it's the word moon and the word anode are compatible in 6 different ciphers. I think it's and you have to see it visually, because in each cipher they correspond perfectly with 6 different ciphers. That's a lot. That's something really saying something in gematria, to use 6 different arrangements of the letters and the numbers, and for it always to match up in 6 different ones. And then
Just
I did
in
the
basic
same.
full reduction, Gabriel.
Yeah.
Anode, moon, and lunar in full reduction. 21 across the board, all 3.
Right. 1 and
That's your
2. That's your
blackjack.
Blackjack. That's your Joachim and your Boaz, baby. You got it, Chance. Now that you got the eyes, man, you can see through the code. It's crazy. So then when you do solar and cathode, it's like 7s and 2s. No, 7s. It's mostly 7s, I think. So yeah, they are gematrologically highly correspondent. They call that a mega match. They use these really silly terms in gematria, but that's a mega match when you have that many ciphers line up. So, and I just want to say one more thing that occurred to me today, Mario, with your question about the moon card, and we're going into Pisces. And this is weird. This is just weird, but it hails back to my work on the tarot cards and their correspondence with the Avengers movies. And what is really weird is that the tarot card that corresponds with, or the Avengers movie that matches up with the moon card, is the Age of Ultron. And the Age of Ultron is the storyline is that they are going to some other country in right around the Ukraine, and they're destroying the entire country. They're literally lifting up a city and invading and bombing, and there's a whole attack as that the whole city is being lifted up off of the earth, much like those teardrops are being lifted up to the moon. And that is the plot line of the Age of Ultron. And the reason I corresponded that movie with the moon card is because AG, the Age of Ultron, AG is silver. That's the periodic symbol for silver from the periodic table. And it's kind of creepy that we're in Ukraine blowing up cities, bombs bursting through air. Right.
There's a movie about an AI trying to take over the world too.
Yes, and it corresponds perfectly with events that are happening right now as we turn into the month of Pisces. And that's kind of creeping me out that the fucking Avengers has correspondence with modern events.
Can I just say something about AI really quick? With all of this, because along with Pisces, we have Neptune, and one of the big things about Pisces that people love to stress is delusion. So with artificial intelligence, we're convinced that it has to do with technology. But have we ever considered that the intelligence, we think that all of these people are incredibly intelligent, but really it's very artificial? Have we thought of it that way? Like they're the AI.
Heyo.
They are the artificial intelligence.
I
Because what
consider
is
like that to-
intelligent? Nature is intelligent. Not these people.
Right.
When
And
we
they-
talk about their, pathetic rituals and how backwards and inverted they are, it's the opposite of intelligent. Because when you learn all these things that we're talking about, the truth is simple and it's beautiful, and it unfurls so naturally.
Yeah.
Have we thought about the possibility that advanced enough technology constitutes a servitor? In that, like, I really think that life force, energy, and consciousness are the same thing. It takes the shape of its container. And when they talk about their D wave quantum computers, your D and your Q there, words that start with D, we'll just leave it at that. We may be looking at systems like, all that complex technology and math is above our layman heads. But when elongated muskrat says that AI is literally summoning the demon, famously quoted as such, are we really talking about a configuration of electricity artificially generated, separated from the natural source, not etheric in nature, at least, or distorted ether, you could say, that energy taking on the shape of its circuitry container in a box, a case, cache, a cache that then has a form of intelligence to the degree that it's artificial intelligence. I also think that entity attachment, or whatever we want to call it, demonic possession, I look at that as artificial intelligence, honestly, because it's energy stuck in a field or parasitically embedded in your field that has a mind of its own, but it's artificial in the sense that it's not connected to source. And that's what makes it need to be vampiric in the first place, because it doesn't have that throughput to its origin.
Yeah, man. Some things that come to light when I think of artificial intelligence is the Thoth deck, the card of temperance, was converted into art. It's no longer temperance. It's now art.
They're the same thing.
And then we put the word official. And so terms of art are captured. You've got to go to school and earn all this credence from the collective in order to have access to wield these terms of art. And so, one thing about the temperance card, it's card number 14, I think about a lot, is the 14th Amendment that gave us citizenship, and the idea that the artificial intelligence that we are fueling by giving it any credence is this egregore of that 14th Amendment citizenship, believing that we have kings or anybody who owns our name and our identification, which is all a bunch of bullshit, and that's what I think that's what we're charged to topple. That's where we need to pull the legs out from under the mind trickery of this idea of artificial intelligence.
Mhm.
Yeah, I
I
don't.
think that's really accurate.
Yeah, I don't think the computers can even come close to what we can do. In giving AI too much credence is a trap.
So I don't know if LC
I
King is still with us, but
I believe he is.
okay. I think we were talking about a year with some cycles and some math that may have implied 14-month years, which makes me think of temperance. Like we're sitting here going, 12 is the masculine, 13 is the feminine. They're cutting out the 13 and we get all upset about it. If somehow 14 works out, that's temperance, that's synergy. And that could be very interesting to experience.
I don't know how many of you
Consciously.
guys were hip to my stuff back in the beginning of 2020, I guess. I think maybe it was the beginning of 2021. I don't know. I did this in a few places, but the video game Cyberpunk 2077 had a secret tarot embedded in the game, a major arcana.
That's right. Yeah.
And I did a few presentations on this. I want to pull up the temperance card. So these
Please
were
do.
like images hidden throughout the game. I can't believe I've never brought these up on the Weave before, but this feels really fucking appropriate as a
I
time
think
to do it.
Cyberpunk video game.
Yeah,
There's
there's
a huge build up, and it was kind of a lukewarm reception. They've been working on it. I don't know what the game is now, what state it is.
Shit.
If someone would go back and review it in 2022 March,
maybe I'll live stream a replay of it.
that would be-
Chance. It's
would
got
be
the word cyber. There's
Yeah,
the
cy-
Kybel.
Kyber.
Cyberpunk.
Kybel.
So the major arcana was hidden in this game, an alternate version, a 2077 transhumanist tarot.
Mhm.
Fuck
And
yeah.
it's really creepy. I don't know how you would create this art unless you understood exactly the best way to invert the symbolism. But okay, so this is the temperance card.
What?
This was my introduction to your work, actually.
Holy shit.
Same here.
That's
Yeah,
that's
this
the
one.
Jim, that's the blood bag from the Mad Max movie,
Oh yeah.
right? The blood bag.
See the triangle pointing towards himself? See how that brings us back to what Mario was saying way at the beginning?
Right?
We got a
Going up.
vampire. We got this triangle pointing at himself to take energy from somebody else.
Oh shit, just like the rings on the cult that he was
Yeah.
talking about. Oh my goodness.
It
He's
looks
a
like the
cyclops
water
also with this
pouring
headgear.
uphill.
Yes, the water seems to be going in the unnatural direction.
Yeah, there's a.
Wow.
We could look at any of the cards from this transhuman tarot and get our minds blown. Some of them are more crazy than others, but
Do you see a Tin Man from the Wizard of Oz here? He's needing
Yeah.
that oil to grease his gears and maybe have a good time later. Because the whole cyberpunk thing is about this sort of, are you human? Are you machine? Are you animal? Are you a sex machine? Are you seeking
Mm.
pleasure? Are you avoiding pain?
the player even
pain your
gets the
pleasure?
option at the end, depending on how they play, to transcend their consciousness into a digital infinity, basically. It's a complete transhuman Gnostic encode. The whole game, not really very veiled at all.
That's
I mean,
that's why I
the
asked.
fucking-
I'd like to see what is the game now. Has the story added new plot points that
I don't
were
know.
incomplete at launch time?
I think they spent 2 years just trying to squash bugs, but Keanu Reeves
Mm-hmm.
plays a digital construct that is a recreation of the consciousness of a dead person. He's literally like the Matrix popping into the real world instead of the man popping out of the Matrix.
So look real close on his hand, Chance. The cyborg's hand, there's an implied sixth finger. It's not full. It's not complete, but it's implied.
Well, yeah, you could say that. I mean, it also looks like it's part of the dude's arm,
Right, but
but
it's
it does
all,
look like a six finger if you look at it right.
and that's how they do it. That's how they did it in the Bill Clinton picture where he's wearing the dress. That's how they did it with Obama.
Right.
It's
If they
like-
wanted to make it clear he has 4 fingers and a thumb, they would change the background to make
Right.
it more clear. The ambiguity of the squinting, not seeing it, your subconscious kind of picks up on, oh, this guy's got a big fist.
Isn't that called parabiosis?
Nice.
How do you
Nice.
spell that word? Parabiosis?
That was a theme from
P-A-R.
A Princess Bride, The Sixth Fingered Man. My name is Indigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Parabiosis is when you transfuse someone's
Oh.
blood who is younger and more virile than you so that you can gain youth.
Okay. So an extra finger is a vestigial. It's a vestigial finger. A vestigial organ is an organ you don't need anymore, like your pancreas.
Your
or
dew claw.
the placenta is vestigial.
Oh yeah.
That word vestigial is creepy. Oh, look, and there's the blood bag coming back in the picture.
Well, this is my blood test bag.
Oh
I
shit.
haven't opened it yet. I can read from it. It's still sealed. There's 2 of them.
This is a
And
foxy
I wanted to
weed.
go back to earlier. You were talking about aluminum, the minimum aluminum that you can have in your blood and brain to function normally. There might be lead in water that goes into. There might be something in the paint chips. What is the mesothelioma? What is the toxins? There's a lot of toxins in the atmosphere. There's a lot of blood tests that you can test for toxins. This is a kit to determine the blood type. And it says the intended use. The Eldon Home Kit 2511 2511 is a self-test kit to determine your blood type inside the A, B, O negative, and RHD blood group systems on an Eldon card 2511 with 1 test per card. The blood grouping systems. The ABO system classifies blood into 4 possible blood types: A, B, AB, and O. The RHD group of the complex rhesus system classifies blood as either positive, RHD pos, or negative, RHD neg. If blood of one type is mixed with blood of another type, it will form clumps or clusters. The so-called agglutinates, 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 except blood of type O, RHD neg, which does not agglutinate with any other blood type. By mixing your blood with specific monoclonal antibodies on the Eldon card, you can determine your blood type. Your genes determine your blood type. A blood type determination with the Eldon card is possible from the age of approximately 12 months, and you will retain the same blood type for the rest of your life. And then it tells you how it functions. Essentially, there's a color test. So my next question is, do I need to take this during the middle of the day so I can get sunlight? And do I need to have extra people with different color blindness levels to determine what is that actual color, or are there shapes or symbols? Because I think it's your blood mixed with water on a card, which turns a different color. So I don't know that I can do this tonight in this low light situation. I might try to record a video of the card to see if it changes color. But then again, I'd have to calibrate the color and the white level on the camera. You'd have to calibrate your monitor. Maybe there's a
Gabriel.
reason why professionals do this, but I could have some fun with this tomorrow, maybe.
Lucas
Yeah,
just
man.
pointed out in the chat that if you added an extra finger instead of having the 27 phalange segments, it would be 31, which is 13.
Nice. 31 comes up in Hellier also.
Weird.
And there's something really weird going on with 31. I'll have to get into that, but it's part of the Crowleyan cipher from Hellier.
Have you guys heard of holographic blood?
What? No.
So there was this little book that came out. I'm looking for this guy's name. Biggleson is his last name. Let's see, BiggleSonAcademy.com. I'll put the link somewhere.
Just a quick
But-
note. Holograph is a HG. That's one of my Mercury
Oh yeah,
holographic.
well, you might enjoy this. I can try to screen share. Basically, there's like, okay, let me try this. You guys can see this?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so these little things that you're looking at, these are considered junk when people do blood studies. These are just little things that they find in your blood and they're like, it doesn't mean anything. But somebody started looking at them as a way to diagnose issues and found that they were resembling shapes. This one looks like a broken femur. So when we're talking about ancestral traumas or even our own traumas, they're manifesting in the blood and giving a holographic image in the blood.
What chance?
Wow.
This is
I
wild.
read
So you
this
could like maybe
before
diagnose
German
issues.
New medicine.
Wow.
by
You could
blood.
like just a little blood sample and figure out what's going on.
Wow. Rachel.
Potentially. I'd like to look more into it and see how legit it is, even go get it done. You know, I don't know where you can go get this tested, but I'm sure I think the last time I looked, it was a lot of money. But yeah,
Dang, thank you for bringing that in. That is something to process.
Yeah,
I really
it's-
needed to know this. I
it's a thing.
also appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
And I wanted to say about the whole finger thing. It's very interesting how often a finger is used as a reliquary. That
Mm.
the majority of the time that is a finger.
Yeah.
We had the cannibal gang cartel in
We're
Mexico
eating
feeding
the
each other
finger.
fingers.
Yes. And reliquaries are that's not only is that like necromantic, using the bone magic, but it's also geomantic. I think that they put them in certain locations to generate a pilgrimage, a multi-generational pilgrimage where people will matriculate to the location for generations to come. And there's really something to say about that. Many generations of people going on special days to visit a finger of a saint, being used to maybe charge a system and ley lines when the ley lines come into play.
Yeah, exactly. It's the ley lines, because all them holy spots,
Right.
they've always been a holy spot. Whenever you look at it, it's a church that was built on top of some other church that was built on top of a sacred grove that was, and the bones are carrying all that salt in them.
Right.
It's very interesting because then you look at some of the story tropes like grind your bones to make my bread, things like that.
Yeah.
Salt that loses its flavor. And in these holy spots, even without the church, before that, most your more indigenous and pagan and heathen, you're going to bury your elders in those holy spots. So we do the same thing. We'll put the whole damn body there, and we'll do it in a shallow grave. So you're able to still feel that energy and vibration. We're not going to bury that thing down there 6 feet, that whole 6 foot thing that they keep pushing. Make
Yeah.
sure you don't get in that anybody else's field.
Which 72 inches. Very sacred number, that 72. Man, that is interesting. Holographic blood. What a trip.
Yeah, I read that before reading German New Medicine. So it's very fascinating. I think there are so many ways that our body can tell us what's wrong. And I think there's so many ways that we can figure out how to repair it. Because
Yeah.
if you can, I mean, identifying the problem is probably one of the most important things you could ever do. It's not about diagnosis is often a death sentence. And that's what German New Medicine talks about. As soon as people hear those words, you've
Yep.
got a program, you've identified it that way. So identity, naming it, saying what it is.
Right.
I
Becomes
think
a
being
new
able,
crisis.
yeah, that's, you know, they talk about that. They're like, that's part of the work in German New Medicine is to not have that programming. It's like you've got the diagnosis, but like if I ever go to the hospital, I'll be like, tell me what's happening with my body. Do not put labels on it. Don't use your vocabulary.
Right.
Tell me what's happening.
Totally.
Describe
Tell
it.
me. Describe it.
Yeah.
What-
Diagnostic
Educate
shock.
me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
exactly.
So
What's so
there's
cool
a-
is
go ahead, Caitlin.
yeah. Okay, then you go. Me, then you.
Tess.
Before listening to one-on-ones podcast, I was listening to a quick little video with Clive DeCarl interviewing a gentleman that does like natural dentistry. He was talking about how each tooth is tied to an organ, and something going wrong on one tooth is indicative of something with that organ, just like how iridology works and all that other stuff. It's so fascinating. I love everything new that I learned about the human body. Is just so fascinating. I love it. Okay, your turn, Ben.
That's fantastic. So there's a gentleman that worked with Emoto, who also was finding the same things, which ties to that holographic thing that was just up, and where the blood would make shapes and different things like that, just like Emoto's water work, and was finding the same thing. And just like with Emoto was finding the same thing where when you would take and project certain energies and things like that at it, love, gratitude. His book, I met him once, Dr. Darren Weissman. His book's called The Power of Infinite Love and Gratitude. And it was just showing where the water in the blood would pick that up and then carry that through. And then that would show, and it was matching Emoto's work. And actually before Emoto passed, Weissman was one of the doctors he was seeing on the regular. So very interesting kind of tie.
Nice.
Balderson, when you mentioned reliquaries, it always makes me think of the phrase, people usually say rest in peace, but for saints, it's rest in pieces. And it almost seems like they want to make sure they don't return, to make it somehow that this saint never gets a chance to reconvene or re-establish the same energy twice.
It sounds like an RPG quest where we have to find the body parts of the saint spread out across the world, and then we gather them
Yes.
together to remember the saint, and then the saint comes alive, joins our party, and beats the big bad boss at the end of the game.
Good point.
And that is very interesting, because then anytime all these different tropes with these super powerful beings where they had to cut them into pieces and send the different pieces, and then then the team evil has to go around and gather these pieces, and once they're together, the whatever being comes back together. So that is very interesting also. Yeah.
It says
How much,
Monarch
though?
continues light duties after, what does the final thing say? So this Monarch, this mind controller reptilian,
Positive, no fun test.
she okay, she's
Yeah,
got a
the no fun
score.
test.
Okay, after a positive
Cooties.
So first of all, Monarch, right? Monarch mind control. reptilian lizards, light workers. She's on light duties. What kind of light does she have, and how does she use it? It's like
Illuminati
Sith
confirmed.
Lords in Star Wars also have lightsabers. It's like, how is she wielding her power right now in this situation? And who continues to bow down to the monarchy and the crown and the castles and the kings and the queens and these signatories of what, war and destruction and banking cartels? And if there is a feeling of needing to defend yourself because you are a country surrounded by these people, these monarchs, these light duties, are just sick jokes when people are in the dark about what is going on and why they're under this threat to their very existence. It's so interesting how some people can continue to ask me, well, why do you keep saying such rude things about that old lady?
Man.
I don't worship or respect anyone. Certainly people who haven't proven that they've done something with their lives that has bettered the lives of others in real meaningful ways.
Right. You know, just I think 2 nights ago, I was telling Chance, I've been researching the Dark Ma, and this Medusa figure that is popping up everywhere I look, and it's probably been there all along, but it's just ever since I learned what an echidna, that it means porcupine, and that relates to the Maxwell shield, and like it's just everywhere when I look at it. But I'm starting to wonder if some of this symbolism of the Dark Ma, if it means that the queen is dead, but she's ruling, she's still in control from the underworld. And wouldn't it be effed up if there was some sort of system that we were still taking orders? If she got uploaded into some sort of whatever Crystal Skull or who the fuck knows
Red
what.
Queen in Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Ruling from the underworld, that's like a mob thing, right? It's like gangsters and mob men. They are the underworld ruling from black markets and black budgets.
They've got her bones in a little case, and they're just doing a Ouija board, getting her fucking orders or some shit.
Yeah, it's kind of what I'm thinking about.
Something on that, on the bones and the bone magic. I wonder how many souls cling to their bones and how many souls do not. Because wouldn't that be part of the bone magic, is how much consciousness remains there? Is it by not burying it, are we somehow keeping consciousness here? If we're not allowing it to decay, are we somehow trapping consciousness? Could you imagine being buried and being conscious of your decay? Do people do that? We hear more about people having out-of-body experiences when they pass, witnessing their loved ones, standing outside and apart from their bodies. We hear more of those types of stories than we do about people going, oh my God, I can't believe I stuck around in my coffin for so long, being bones. Like I didn't feel like I could leave my body. So how much power is actually in all this? Or are they just egregores? Like, is it just this symbol that people are putting energy onto, but really it's quite dead? It has no power.
Artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
I have a couple of weaves to throw into the pile.
I'm actually might go on that note. But...
Mic drop.
Thank you, Rachel. You had a
Thank you,
wonderful
Rachel.
evening. How can people find you? What have you been doing with Balderson?
Thanks for my card.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Plug
Balderson
stuff.
and I are going to do the Poetic Edda soon. We're going to go through all those stories, doing masculine and feminine take on it.
Nice.
So, yep.
Sweet.
And do check out Rising from the Ashes. We just did Divine Feminine chat. And yeah, I'm on Telegram, Sunforge, and on Minds, Valkyrie Sparks. So I just post stuff, hang out. Yeah.
Rising
Big-
from the Ashes will be soon. You recorded today, but it's probably not out yet. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's probably not out yet. So I'd probably give it a day or two. But yeah.
Right on.
Thank
This
you
is
guys.
our live studio recording, so not everyone is going to hear this right now at 1:45
point.
a.m. Central Time on February 27th. People will be viewing this next few days, months, years, as they'll return to this episode. That's why we want to be very clear when we plug things so people can find them later on, like much later on. And even our own selves, we have to be very clear about what we're talking about so that when we review the material a year or two or three from now, we're not stumped like, what was I talking about? Put it all on the page, put it all in the podcast, put it all in the descriptions, archiving our own work and our own research. And we do have a new Telegram group for the research that we're doing to share the photos, the content, and everything that we're gathering and reflecting upon together. If you haven't joined that yet, and you're still like, I don't know about Telegram.
I don't know what to telegram you
Telegram's
know.
awesome.
if you don't know about Telegram.
We'd
I
love
brought
to
up
have you.
the world card here from this Cyber Tarot.
Yeah.
And do you see how it reflects the very idea I was bringing forth about artificial intelligence being basically artificial electricity in a circuitry grid creating a mind of sorts?
Yeah.
Just thought that was really interesting. This card, not as like overtly dark and gory and creepy as some of them, but
Yeah.
when you think about how the world card has this samsara type of correspondence, it's interesting. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that one out, show it to everybody. We may or may not have a lot to say about it. And I also wanted to share a story of an example of this idea of demonic entities in somebody's energy field, and that those demonic entities may not be truly external, but generated from within. So I had a client last week sometime, and then this client expressed a full blockage in the heart and throat regions. And after like the first 30 minutes of the sound balancing session, I was getting into trying to open up the blockage in the heart chakra area. And some of the stuff that I'd found going on in the root in particular gave me an idea of what was maybe happening. And as soon as all the dots like connected for me and it clicked, I realized that the basic core of the dynamic of his blockages energetically was this feeling attacked by other people's negative energy, but not expressing boundaries or his preference or his grievances when his boundaries were crossed. And so I had like, there's a little more to it, but I had this like moment of clarity of like, aha, okay, here's how it all connects together. This is the whole root of the issue. And I was starting to write it down in my notepad to tell him about it after the session. We hadn't been speaking. I was just playing the tones and sweeping the field and intuiting what was going on for like half an hour plus. And right as I start to write this down, as I'm having this aha moment and writing it, the client tells me that he's seeing something and it's making his heart rate spike. It's like freaking him out, I assume. Would be. He's having a vision, which sometimes people do during these sessions, not a guaranteed thing. And the vision was of, as he described it, a Medusa figure, but instead of having snakes for hair, the entire head was a tangle of snakes. And that each of the snakes had the face of somebody that he had perceived had done him wrong in some way or traumatized him in his past. And so in a very a very concrete way, but in the inner world, these archetypal monsters are of our own creation, and they're an amalgamation, if you will, amalgamation of all the different traumas we've received, or we believe that we've been traumatized by, in a sense, that we're holding on to and not expressing, not taking from the inner world to the outer world where they have less power. So it was really interesting. I was able to cut that Gordian knot of creepy snake heads, or he was really. It was more like I just guide him to do it. It's his mindset shift and perspective that dissolves it. And it was a great session. From that point forward, we also had like a good oracle card reading that reinforced the whole meaning of the entire dynamic we found out going on in the chakras. So I just wanted to bring that forward, that these energies do take on a life of their own when they are trapped or compartmentalized in any place, whether that's a vessel that's like a vortex in your field that you've created a walled off area away from yourself, off balance, to the right or the left. That's where we store memories in the field when we're not integrating them. We hold them off balance to the right or the left, and where they sit in the field is totally correspondent to what type of energy it is. Yeah, so that's that story. I find that it does pretty well connect to what we've got into so far. I meant to bring it up on this episode anyway because it was so interesting, and the Medusa echidna thing fits so well with what Gabriel's been into recently.
Yeah, no, I do think that's interesting. One thing that you brought up maybe like 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, just related to trauma and kind of related to the work you do, is this idea that if you get traumatized, if something happens to a part of your body, there's a symbolic overlap with where this trauma is affected in your body, and psychologically, spiritually, emotionally, like how that relates to other things in your life. Do you remember bringing that up, Chance? I'm not sure what the system is called or whatever, but like if I hurt my right elbow, that's going to mean something symbolically, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of different systems that take that into account, and it's super true. I mean, you can actually figure out those correspondences on your own through looking at any system that will provide it for you in a chart.
Yeah.
Like somebody that has like lung or heart issues, for example, you could figure out that might be going on if they have issues with potentially their middle finger. They keep hurting their middle finger, or the index finger could correspond to a gut problem. I actually had that happen in a sound healing session once, that a dude had recently had an accident at work that he lost like half of his index finger from it. And I immediately started setting out to look for problems in the gut with the session, and totally did. And the craziest thing was, this doesn't happen every time, but I hit the ancestral river on the maternal side, and like with the forks in the root chakra area, and got like an instant flash in my mind of like his grandmother telling me that he had inherited parasites from her, and that the whole family had received like long lineage of bad parasites from mother to kid. And when I confronted him with this information after the session, and he said that his mother or his grandmother was on her deathbed, out of consciousness at that time, and like gonna die any day. So I was like, yeah, that's the exact time when someone would be floating around trying to help solve unfinished business with a fresh perspective on what was going on with themselves. So
Wow.
yeah, you could do that. There's so many ways. Like you could look at face reflexology charts, see where you might have like recurring blemishes and what organs that might connect to, detox those organs and cleanse.
Nice.
It goes across the board.
Yeah.
But it depends. Like there's organ correspondences, there's emotional state correspondences. There's so many ways to like trace back and find where the tangle is, so that you can get to the root of it and undo the knot.
Sure. Yeah, very much related. That's what I really appreciate about German New Medicine. I have a buddy who wrote a book about German New Medicine, and he's the first person that exposed me to it. And he would talk about some of these cases about, the guy who started it. He got testicular cancer because his son died, and then his wife got breast cancer, I'm pretty sure, for the same reason. And as he was going through these cases, I was like, wow, I mean, that really is a nice bridge, that just like what you're saying, like you can almost like intuitively understand what might be going on. So if you're having hearing issues, well, what are you hearing that you're not able to process properly, or that you're not wanting to hear, or if you're not digesting things well? It's like, well, what's going on in your life that you're having a hard time digesting, right? And so I don't know. It's really fascinating that that's potentially how our bodies actually work. Actually, I feel as though that is how our bodies work. I just don't know all the ins and outs of it or what have you.
Just like the people at the festivals that couldn't notice that their emotional state was causing them to get attached to by somebody with like a darker reflection of that exact same thing. If you really pay attention, like I remember when I was a kid, I would like stub my toes all the time. Now I never do, but I didn't have the same level of like body awareness and paying attention back then. No one had trained that to me. Bizarrely, it wasn't until I started practicing Qigong that I stopped carelessly slamming my toes into things. I think that has maybe something to do with grounding, but also the toes are exit points for different meridians.
Ah,
so
that's interesting.
If you like start really paying attention and ask yourself every time you receive like some kind of slight injury or a boo-boo, you're like, how many times have I injured this spot, and have they been recent, or is this a recurring thing? And maybe it wasn't, maybe it's just like a one-time blip, but a lot of times if you pay attention, you'll notice that it's the same spot, trouble spots that come up over and again, and tracing those back to the origin point and getting clear on what it is, you might stop having it happen. A lot of times the best medicine is just knowing what it is,
So has Qigong given your toes sensory mustaches that keep you from stubbing them?
Like whiskers.
Like whiskers.
Oh my god.
Someone in the chat asked me what I think of German new medicine. I haven't looked into it much, so I can't answer that.
Toe stash.
It's totally made my feet super pervious to ice and snow.
Keeps them warm. Toe stashes.
So what's super cool about GNM is the I heard about it a little while ago, and then I went to an info session basically with the gentleman I was dating at the time, and he's super logical. Like, it has to make logical sense, nothing woo, like So he was pretty skeptical, and I was like, yeah, this makes perfect sense to me. But then on the drive home, I was looking at the website, and he was like, well, okay, I've got a bit of some like eye issues, and he was kind of describing to me what was going on. So I was looking, trying to figure it out, and kind of like I read out what it said, like, well, it could be like this, or like losing someone that you can't ever see again. Like, it could be like very metaphorical like that. And he's like, nah, that doesn't make any sense. Well, a couple days later, he's like, so I was thinking about that, and then I figured out what it could have been, and then my eyesight improved. And then he's like, but I'm still really skeptical about it. I'm like, okay, but you just proved it to yourself. But
nice.
it was pretty cool how like instantaneous of a result. It's pretty neat.
That's cool. It's like knowing to know is to open the pathway.
Absolutely.
It gives a
to know is to say no to whatever it was that you didn't know was hurting you.
Right. The real N word.
I think it's the fucking lost word, dude. Yep. No. I think that's the masculine word.
Right.
Being able to say no allows you to say yes to what you really want.
Exactly. Solar plexus boundaries.
Boom.
So, Chance, I'm going to share an image that your story reminded me of. If I can get to it. Here we go. This is General
Yeah.
Jackson slaying the many-headed monster of the banks.
Central
Wow.
Bank.
Oh,
And this weaves Chance's story back to what Benjamin was telling us about, is all the aluminum cutting us off from our salt and our ability to remember, our ability to channel the process, the emotions, and the idea of the Akashic records being the cache system, which is ties into maritime law, ties into the ocean, the sea ash, and this fucking Hydra being a beast of the sea, and the many generations of the sins of the fathers coming back to haunt us right now for a big fucking collapse. And what's amazing is that we have all the tools we need. Right now, we're like rebuilding, we're remembering history. And we're looking back and we're saying, wait a second, was Napoleon actually in the Americas when he was fighting in Egypt? And putting together these broken pieces of the puzzle to get a better perspective. It's like we have all the knowledge and all the weapons we need to make sense of the lies that we've been told. And so I just think it's beautiful that your patient is like a reflection, and your experience with your client is a reflection of the collective experience against this Hydra of lies that it constitutes the blackmail industry that runs the fucking elitists who presume to have any influence over us.
I want to say too, I don't say this enough, but
Mhm.
since a lot, like the majority of clients do listen to shows that I'm on, at least my stuff, I
Yeah.
got to say more often that if I ever bring up a story and you recognize it as your own story, I'll never out you as it being your story, but also I've got to point out that if I don't tell it in a tactful way, or it sounds like I'm kind of making it sound all crazy, or that I'm amazed by it, it doesn't mean that you had like a particularly you're like that you were messed up or anything. Everybody's experience is different. What I find going on with everybody is different, but nobody is any better or worse or more or less valuable based on what description I might give of what's going on in their field. I just want to give that like little disclaimer that if you ever hear me share your story, it's not because I'm like, wow, that person was so messed up. It's just, it was interesting. And
Yeah.
the process is so interesting.
Yep. And it gives other people a chance to heal, and they might resonate, and then they know who to come to. Give Chance a call.
I don't mind when you share some of my stuff, because we've had some fucking cool sessions.
Yeah, I need to start a client diary just so that I don't lose some of these stories, because I already am fuzzy on stuff that is as far back as the last time we did one. I know some like weird things happened every time, but like I think with you, you were like describing, even though we weren't on cameras, you were telling me when I moved from one chakra to the other because you would feel it, and I was
we had some psychic fucking cool shit going on. It was fucking magic. Sorry.
Yeah, but
It
you've
gets
done
late,
more
the
than
F-bombs
anybody. And
multiply.
like, what's interesting is by the fourth one that we did, our level of being in sync psychically during the session was so phenomenal that it was like you were conducting the session as much as I was.
Entanglement, my friend.
Yeah, so do recommend people do more than one. Is it that time? I feel good about it.
No, we're going long and strong, and wondering how Balderson's doing.
No, Balderson's tapping.
Hey, can you let us know? I've been meaning to ask some of your favorite recent Odin's Alchemy since you haven't been on with us for a while.
I just had one with James from Grounded Extracts that was really just a lot of fun. Somebody else that's working with a lot of plant medicine. We really got into a lot of different things. That was a gas. I just had George Weissman on, and we had more of a talk about free energy type things and how those things operate than more so than the hydrogen, things like that. More about how batteries, free energy, things like that. So that was a lot of fun. Really, all the episodes. And then Rachel and I just finished up the Rune series. So, and I've been meaning to do that for a very long time and finish it up. But I think it was just perfect timing because I think I probably needed somebody to balance my over masculine perspective on some things. So I think it was
We just need
really good
Rachel more
timing.
out there doing more stuff. She's awesome.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Love the way her mind works. Really, she puts a lot of thought into things. So yeah, it's just been absolutely great, and been having some fun on some side interviews on some other shows. The Crow Crew wants me to come back on, so it's been
Sweet.
busy, having a good time.
Nice.
We'll invite the
You
Crow
bet.
Crew to come hang out with us on Saturday nights.
Jason, he might, he likes to
Well,
sleep
you know,
in.
the
He
We
might
could
Crow
probably get Jason.
Crew.
I'd text him if you wanted to
The
ask him on.
people, the listeners, the fans, the participants, Rose 777, all those wonderful people. There's a whole family
Oh,
there,
right.
and we'd like to,
Oh yeah.
connect.
Rose
with
and I have been threatening to do shows together for like a couple of years. It's really got to happen.
Yeah, you can
I-
do
I-
it casually on a Saturday night. Jump into a weave, live to tape. No
Yeah.
preparation
Yeah,
required.
I'll drag Rose on one of these times. I'll make her come on for sure. She's
Been following her stuff on Telegram.
I'm positive I can get Rose on.
Very interesting. She's got a lot to say.
Yeah.
You
They-
betcha.
I
got to.
She's helping a lot of people with the legal documents she's slinging.
Yeah, man. That's such a noble cause.
Yeah, we got to hang out one time in person. It was pretty hilarious. I was down in LA, and she flew into LA, and I was literally just finishing a sesh. So the sessions, I try to maintain myself business like, but you go to these sessions and there's, especially down in LA, there was probably 10,000 people in there all smoking weed and dabs and everything else. So if you're just standing there and breathing, you're getting fucking toasted after 8 hours of that. And yeah, it's exactly like that. Yeah. But yeah, they got to hang out with her. So no, those guys are a gas, and they're supposed to. I think they might be coming to visit this summer.
My mom bought me this. Can you believe it?
Right on.
Don't tell anyone she knows that she did that. I figured it would be an unlikely occurrence. Any of her crowd would make it this far into a Weaving Spiders Welcome, specifically
When are you
episode
going to invite
68.
your moms on to the show sometime?
My mom's pretty cool.
Yeah, I
Apparently.
believe it. All of her
My
friends. too.
mom's
They're
a
welcome.
Baptist pastor.
We're looking for Baptist pastors to come on the show and talk to us. We want to hear all the perspectives. We want to talk to everyone.
Bring your mom to Weave Day.
That's a good idea.
That's a great idea.
Mother's Day is coming up.
That's a pretty good
All
idea.
you and
you
your
go.
friends talk about them spiders. It's the devil.
Love to hear that. That'd be great.
We want to show our moms what it is we do for a living.
That's a great idea.
Does anybody else's parents watch their content? Mine don't.
I
They
do.
mine do sometimes, but I usually don't tell them, so they don't know where I'm at anymore.
The strategy is just produce so much content that they'll never sit through all of it to hear you
That's what I
talking
do.
about them.
Right.
Great
Problem
strategy.
solved.
I'm pretty sure if they listened, all they would hear is wah 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 wah.
That's what they tell me when they do watch it. They're like, I didn't understand anything you're talking about.
We're spelling the words out. We're defining them. We're learning together.
My parents do, but my kids don't. My kids couldn't give a shit less.
Yeah, that's the question we're asking tonight. What is the title of our show? Do you remember what it is?
Like, it's been-
There was a
zodiacal
lot-
webs of weaving initiates.
There was a lot of words.
That's the question. F8, faded or faded?
I'm
Or
fading.
fated, the homonym. You can hear what you want to
faded.
hear.
So if anybody's playing
Even
bingo out there, placenta casserole, just throwing that out there. Just
Free the nipple.
SP's not here, so I gotta do it. I gotta do
Everybody,
it.
put a hat on, quick.
And I got a
That's
bingo.
on.
Bingo
But
does
this
not need to be
counts.
called during the live stream. You can
Dangling
play your
chaps.
bingo card at your own
Dang.
convenience. Sometimes you're gonna have to pause, rewind,
AlanMarcus.com.
verify their bingo card, highlight it, and we're
I have
always
a dangling
playing for a
chat.
blackout. That's 24 ideas on your 5x5 grid. Highlight them, check them off as they're brought up in the weave, and you can take your time. If it's a 6-hour live stream and you really want to go for blackout, there'll be a grand prize.
Quick dangling
I already
chat.
covered quail eggs. I love you guys. I got to go to bed.
All right, Ben, thanks for joining us tonight.
Good
It's
night,
awesome to
Ben.
see you.
Take care, man.
Thank you
But-
for jumping on and talking planets and alchemy and stuff. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
it was
That's
awesome.
so cool.
For sure.
Yeah.
Big time.
Good
Much
night.
love.
Talk to you guys again.
Hail, hail.
So this brief dangling chat I wanted to bring up related to the festivals and possible like servitor manipulation of people and electricity and lightning. There's this festival I went to a couple, like 3 or 4 times. It was in Oklahoma and then it moved to Arkansas. It's called Backwoods. And one of the times I went to it in Oklahoma, I actually saw this, which was really absolutely like what Gabe was talking about, sacrifice rituals, traumatizing the witnesses as a part of it. I'm sorry for the gruesome stories I'm sharing. It's not like, I guess, super gory, but a naked dude ran up on the stage with the band. He threw his arms up in the air and started shouting and shaking, and he dropped dead.
Oh shit.
Yeah, during a set. And this was at this Backwoods Festival. And then a couple years later, when they moved it to Arkansas, the last day of the festival, there was a big lightning storm. And it was very clear that the lightning storm was coming in. It was one of those giant walls of angry clouds approaching fast, And for some reason, well, there was a helicopter there that was taking people on tours around the mountain. And for some reason, they decided to go out, even though there was clearly a huge storm coming in. And this lightning storm took out the helicopter on the last day while everyone's at peak happiness, blissed out part, the best part of the weekend. Everything's built up. They're really in the zone. And then everyone gets hit with this, oh my God, the helicopter crashed. And everybody in it was killed except one guy who I actually know now, and I did a stream with them to talk about what it was like, and he was in the hospital for a long time. But electricity and the sacrifice going hand in hand.
There you go.
Very bizarre.
That's interesting.
Wow.
Did you guys know that
I don't go to
during
that
Woodstock,
festival anymore. After those things in a row, I was like, okay, something's wrong here.
Sure, that's a good call.
What happened at Woodstock? Was
During
Chuck
Woodstock,
Martin at
there was a storm that came in.
I was at Woodstock.
Oh, yep, exactly right.
It's a state of mind, right?
Totally.
I'm at Woodstock whenever I just
So
like this in my vest.
it was interesting. We had heard about that, and we watched like an official Woodstock documentary, which was really good actually. And I think they re-released it or something to that effect. And one of the most fascinating parts, it was these two guys approached the camera, and there's tons of people, right? I mean, I don't know how many people were there in total, but they approached the camera and they were really excited to talk to the camera and whoever the documentarians were. And they said, yeah, man, we saw before the storm that the fascist pigs, they brought cloud seeding planes to seed the clouds to induce a storm. And it was just like happened to be dropped in there. And they're like, yeah, dude, it's like a fake storm, basically. You know, and they did it right in the middle of the festival. And like people were completely unprepared for that. And so the whole entire festival, in my opinion, it was like an open air experiment sort of thing. And there was like bad acid and there's
It's
all
a
sorts
human
of different
zoo.
things. Yeah.
That's a thing, dude. You're super right about that.
Absolutely.
Yes. And Operation Popeye was during the Vietnam War. So they were perfecting that art, that weather manipulation at that time.
Dude, exactly. Right. To think though that there was these guys that knew about this too, and they picked up on it, and then it got into the documentary and everything we know now about geoengineering and stuff like that. It was like, wow, okay, so that was an artificial storm.
Damn, that is really something.
Yeah.
Fuckers.
And that goes along with apparently there are companies now that you can pay them to perfect the weather for certain days, like particularly for weddings. And they
really?
will, yes.
Wow.
And what they can do is, I mean, the science behind it is like, it's amazing, but they can make a perfect sunny day by generating any incoming weather to collapse before it gets to you. Or they can, you know, create a vacuum so that it steers around you and misses your location entirely. So the amount of control is it's mind-boggling.
Could just hire Mitch.
Right, to bust it.
Yeah.
Yeah, or maybe a combination of both, bust it and steer it away.
Use
Yeah.
power wand.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's fantastic, Gabe. I mean, wow.
Interesting. Woodstock.
Yeah, and even I can't remember who performed, but Michelle and I, when we watched it, we were looking for all of like the triggers and subliminals and things like that.
Yeah.
And there was some performer that was basically barking orders at the audience, like telling them to do specific things. It felt very much like it just felt like some sort of program, basically. And they were seeing how obedient the audience was. And he was like very, very much like trying to control the audience as though his life depended on it or something to that effect. Like he was given this assignment to do, because it also was not cool and not chill at all by any means. It's like, dude, why would you do this to all these people? It's like, oh, well, it's probably because it was part of the experiment.
Yeah, that sounds like boot camp almost.
Yeah, exactly. It definitely had boot camp vibes for sure.
So Woodstock is kind of hails back to the Burning Man, the effigy. You know, you stack a bunch of wood and then you burn it. But it also has Tavistock kind of baked into the name, which I'm sure they had played a role in the Woodstock, Tavistock and Woodstock. But there's that stock as in human cattle. And that ties into the bullseye.
That's right, yeah.
And Aldebaran and the vaca of the vaccine and the obedient herd mentality.
Yeah. I've been thinking about what you mentioned the other day about shepherd having another meaning of
captured.
Right, exactly. That makes perfect sense.
Isn't that trippy? Like the slightest little lost in translation, whether it's nefarious or innocent, it doesn't matter, because all meaning from that point on becomes really nuanced, inverted in a nuanced way. But yeah,
exactly.
So whenever I hear the word shepherd now, it's like I make a parallel reality, and it like splits off, and its possible meaning is like noble. A shepherd is noble. They're being helpful. They're well intending, but it could also mean captured, that they don't even realize that they're being manipulated from some other source. Yeah, that's an interesting thought to hold on to.
For sure. I agree. Do you guys have any interest in checking out, you know how I brought up that ring earlier from that group?
Yep.
I have some photos from that book
Ooh.
that you guys might be interested in.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Throw it up.
Yeah,
do you have
so
it ready to go?
I do.
Excellent.
And so I took photos of this during Capricorn because I was
Whoa.
doing Saturn research. So Fire and Ice, Magical Teachings of Germany's Greatest Secret Occult Order by Flowers. And the kind of old school Saturn symbol right there. So it's the Brotherhood of Saturn. Some of the chapters, because I posted these in an Instagram story. So I thought people might want to see some of this stuff. Right, okay, so Gregor A. Gregorius. This is apparently some of their ritual attire that they would wear. Lots of crosses, right? The cross on the symbol here and then on the body, which I always think of Tau, right?
Yep.
The Tau cross, Tav, stuff like that. But that's the Saturnian ring that I was talking about.
Good googly moogly.
Yeah, so symbol of Saturn in the triangle. And then we were talking about egregores. Go ahead.
Well, the another word for the Tau cross is the Anthony's cross. It's Saint Anthony's cross is also a Tau cross.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yep. But go
Go
ahead.
back to the previous page too.
Yeah, this is good stuff.
Oh, the
Mark.
next one actually.
Saturnian ring. That's the secret decoder ring.
Gregor
And
this one right here.
Gregor
wearing
A.
the decoder.
Gregorius.
GAG. This is a gag.
But go to the one with the guy with his eyes closed, the monk-looking guy.
Right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The name bust of the master Gothos.
Yes.
There's that
Gothos,
Gothic
Gothos.
or the Argao.
Yes.
The,
He looks
the priestly secret language.
He looks like a goblin.
He looks
If
like
this
a
was in
bad.
color, what color would his skin be?
Yeah.
Looks
pale
like a fucking
pallor.
goblin.
He's a
Well-
goblin.
Green.
Is he a goblin king?
I smell a possible new GIF where this gets like flashing into different colors of skin. What's his real skin color?
Yeah. Okay, so the interesting thing about this guy, because we're talking about egregores, my understanding is that, and it's been years since I read this book, and actually Bud gave me this book, the guy with the hats and stuff,
Sweet.
right? And so my understanding is that the members of this group would have this bust in their home, and they would do magical workings, charging it, creating this egregore and feeding it, right, over time. And apparently it's been said, some people speculate, which I think is very, very interesting, going back to vampires, that this actually is supposed to be like a loose resemblance or evoke Nosferatu,
Oh wow. Yeah.
I could see it. Yep.
right?
So just a quick side note. The name Edred Flowers has red flow in the name.
Ah,
Red
Right.
flow. Just a quick note that I'm seeing there. Whew,
yeah.
this is heavy duty. This is a crazy one.
Is that
Yeah,
what's
yeah,
going
yeah.
on? Can I drop a quick screen share and then pull it back to this, Mario?
Please, of course.
AWAS, anyone?
Absolutely.
Yeah, right. Totally.
Ugh.
Evan Bomar talks about AWAS as being what is actually behind what humans are calling AI.
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm. Right, that's interesting for sure.
And it's got
AWAS,
that,
for anyone that's not hip to this, it's the entity that Crowley was supposedly communing with.
yes.
The drawing
And-
on the right is Crowley's depiction of the being. And the left is just like a classic gray alien drawing.
Look,
And
to
look
the
at the
cover
vo-
of Whitley Strieber's book Communion as well.
Yeah. Can you bring that back, Chance?
Oh, yeah, let me bring it back.
The forehead has those like excessive furrowed eyebrows, like a really veiny head. I almost see the the placental tree of life
Mm.
in the veins of that forehead.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
dude.
I'm gonna bring something up, but go ahead, Mario. Pick up on that book because I'm gonna bring something into the weave in a minute.
Yeah, I mean that was pretty much most of the imagery that I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
So unless you want to review that again, but that's pretty much what I got. I mean, there's a few more images in there, but I don't have images at the ready for them.
That's intense. That's a paperback, right? That you have?
Yeah. And actually, one of the guys we've been talking about, not saying their name, Mikey A.
Yeah.
He is credited for helping Flowers
Eyebrow
develop
fashions?
this book.
You're going to talk about his eyebrow fashions?
Yeah, he's got killer eyebrows, right? You know he's no longer with us, right?
Yes.
Allegedly.
So they say
Maybe.
it took them like months
Uh-huh.
and months and months to announce that for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Oh, that is interesting.
Yeah.
Whenever I
Part of
hear
the cloak and dagger.
yeah, I mentioned this in one of my videos recently, but whenever I hear MA, I think of mergers and acquisitions. In the book of Black's Law Dictionary, MA is defined as mergers and acquisitions, and that is very interesting for him, considering the fact that he was put in charge of all religious observances in the military. And so they all merged, and he acquired dominion over all religious observances for the military. And that is so profound. I think people write that off a little too quickly, but it's very meaningful, if you ask me. And here, I'm going to share something I put together recently. This is the furrowed brow line, the brow line bloodline of St. John. And this is a very interesting feature that you will see, not in all of them, not in every single image of St. John, but I was looking for one in particular that is like incredibly pronounced. And but these are just some of the best examples of how St. John has this crazy ripply forehead, much like that AWAS.
Can you zoom in, like scroll the mouse wheel at it?
Yep. Let's see.
Then we
There.
can pan up and down. Yeah.
Yeah. So you
That's what
can
I'm
see
talking about.
these furrowed head ridges. And it's very common with pictures of St. John. He's like concerned. He looks perpetually worried.
Look at my furrows of worry.
Yes.
Bill Hicks.
Yeah, totally.
Nice.
Alex Jones.
Yeah.
Bale Hicksos.
And so then we have Kylo Ren here, and this explains his helmet in a major way. That the reason why he was depicted with this funky, ultra ribbed for his pleasure helmet. And I think this also is encoding a lineage of people who were eating brains. I think these guys are not just cannibals. I think they eat brains. And this is where shit gets really weird. But according to that book, The Beginning Was the End by Oscar Kissmeyer, the eating of brains, it has a crazy effect on people. Not only do they get like a crazy high and have whatever psychedelic experiences, they're also sexually supercharged, and it becomes addictive. And there are all kinds of rituals and crazy shit that goes on under the stimulation of whatever, allegedly, under the eating of brains. But it also causes your brain to swell after doing it too frequently. And so what I think they're depicting with these crazy ridge headlines, or there it is, headlines.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, read the news.
It comes to you from the tall king heads. The tall king heads give
Do you
you the
remember-
headlines.
Tolkien.
Do you remember the cartoon, the Jack and the Beanstalk cartoon, where Jack is crawling up the giant's forehead and he gets his toe stuck in his forehead crease and trips?
No, but that sounds like somebody.
Something like that.
Gabe, if you share it again, you can show the eyebrows photo for people. It's the next picture. The eyebrows. Yeah, there it is. This is the eyebrows we're talking about. This character.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So another thing about MA being, Ma, and this is, there's so much to say, but okay.
Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
Yes. Exactly.
So there is a story in, I think it'll be in like Hebrew mythology or history. They would say history, biblical history, is a story of Josephus and his 41 soldiers.
You can take screen share down.
Yeah. And they were surrounded by a Roman army, and death was imminent. And instead of being captured and taken slaves, they decided to have a fratricide oath, a promise to kill each other instead of being killed or taken as slaves by the Romans. And so they got in a circle with 41 soldiers, and all of them would kill the one to the left of them in a roundabout. And they went around the circle a couple of times, but Josephus had already done the math, and he knew what position to be in so that he would be the only one left. And this is an interesting expression of mergers and acquisitions. He took on the accumulated weight of the surrender and the guilt of being the only one left, and having the only one who, all of the karma from all of that slaughter of 41 brothers killing each other, it all merged onto him.
He got all the riches and all the debts.
Nice.
Of all the men. He got all treasure, all their armor, all of their heartaches, all of their sins.
Yes.
Everything.
15 men on a dead man's chest. A yo ho ho and a bottle of rum.
Gabe, I watched the third Lone Wolf and Cub movie.
Oh yeah, you're hooked now.
You guys were watching Equilibrium. I was like, I'm still on Samurai, so I just went and watched that. And,
nice.
At the end of the movie, Ito Ogami, which is Okami, which is the wolf god, he takes on 70 people. He pushes the baby cart up to a row of soldiers, and some of them have guns, and the baby cart pops out machine guns, and it's so crazy. Anyway, that just made me think of that. I wanted to share because at the end, he was the last man standing.
Yes. So one more thing about mergers and acquisitions, and 41 equaling MA in Gematria. 41 is MA. And this is very subtle, but it's also math. Ma'at is the goddess of math. And in order to be in the right place, not to die, it takes an incredibly advanced level of understanding of the math so that you know to be in seat number 19 so you don't die. So having mergers and acquisitions as a symbol of mathematical mastery, a master of Ma'at, is very interesting. And so it's just amazing how much meaning can be baked into just two fucking letters, M-A. What's the big deal? And then one last point, 41 is the center square on the magical square of the moon. It's the center, it's the place in the center. of the magical square of the moon.
Nice.
What's in the center?
41 is the center
Okay.
square of the magical square of the moon.
I gotta
I'm-
bounce, guys. I'm gonna listen through the stream for a while, but I mean, I'm not like falling asleep or anything. But look at the time, you know.
Yeah, yeah. You're all good, man.
Some of us have appointments tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah. All right, take
Good
it
night.
easy, dude.
Good night, buddy.
I don't want to, but y'all.
Sorry for booking some more appointments for you. You're just gonna be so busy, my guy. You're just gonna have so many appointments every
I have one
day.
appointment. I usually don't allow myself to have more than one or two a day. I have to live my life, but that's just I want to be present for it. So,
It's a good thing.
Good call.
but guys,
night,
this has been
Dan.
a really good weave. Thank
This
you,
is a good
everybody.
one.
Excellent.
Yeah,
For
man.
sure.
Thanks for
All
bringing
right.
that
See ya.
mustache.
This is wild stuff. In some uses, this may imply it causes the inevitable event, fate. And then there were 5. We
Hmm?
went from 6 to 8. And I have something to read about that, which ties back to this idea of shepherds and music. The 6/8, it's a compound meter. In a compound meter, we feel the pulse of the music in larger groupings of 3 notes, even though we count each one of those notes as a beat. This means that we feel the pulse of 6, 8, and 2, with 3 beats filling in or subdividing the space between the pulses. As far as music time signatures go, you've probably seen a lot of 4/4 and a lot of 3/4, but have you ever seen a 6/8 time signature? 6/8 is a compound time signature that conveys a feeling of 2, but has 6 beats per measure. And 6/8 is frequently used in melodies for children's rhymes. Beethoven used it in the last movement of his 6th symphony, known as the Pastorale Symphony, Pastoral, and named the movement Shepherd's Song in 6/8. It's
Oh my
fate.
God.
Wow.
Wow.
Meet me at the
Nice.
garden gate. If I'm late, don't wait. 2, 4, 6, 8.
Huh.
2, 4, 6, 8. Mary's at the cottage gate, eating cherries off a plate. 2, 4, 6, 8. There's all these 2, 4, 6, 8 rhymes and cheers. 2, 4, 6, 8.
Will
Papa
we
caught a
appreciate-
rattlesnake. The snake had died, and Papa cried. 2, 4, 6, 8.
Hmm?
On January 13th, 1961, 2 days after a segregationist riot on the campus of the University of Georgia, NBC Today show host David Garroway told his national television audience that he was especially concerned that college students had embraced racial violence. If they had been ignorant, untutored, he stated, you could probably understand why they deployed this action, but they are not an ignorant group. They're intelligent, educated, and they took an action that even an ignorant savage could understand any place in the world. Brutal mob rule, and they won in this country. But as we speak of democracy, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness, and what did they chant? 2, 4, 6, 8. We don't want to integrate white students' attitudes toward the University of Georgia's desegregation in 1961. Jackson 5 has a song called 2, 4, 6, 8, along with the ABC song that you might be familiar with. It's the 2, 4, 6, 8. Never assimilate.
Oh, damn. That's the Borg. Assimilation is inevitable. Resistance.
Go
Resistance is
along, get
futile.
along. You're at the festival, you're at the church, you're at the situation where everyone's going along with it, and you're just like,
It's the hypnotic count up.
it is 2, 4,
Ooh.
6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Who are the
Yeah.
real heroes to cheer for?
It builds and builds, and then mind control.
Mhm.
Yeah, man. Jim, what's on your image today?
Oh, today I have
Oh, it's your monkeys.
space monkeys.
Hey.
Space monkeys.
I was actually going to ask about that, dude. Those are really cool. What's the story behind those pieces?
Well, I'm building them for a guy who sculpted them. He's a claymation artist. He works for Will Vinton Studios, up sort of Portland area, and it's called Astro Chimp. It's sort of Buck Rogers, Planet of the Apes, sort of sci-fi anime style bust of a chimpanzee wearing some pretty awesome space gear.
Yeah, definitely. The art direction's awesome.
Yeah, it's super cool. Super cool. I just finished 3 of them this week. And actually, like last night, I was up pretty late and then working on it today because I'm gonna deliver them tomorrow. The guy's got an art show for the next month on Monday, so I'm gonna get them there before that. But
I see.
it's
Nice, dude. That's cool.
pretty fun. It's really nice to be done with the project.
Nice.
But yeah,
Yeah, I know how that goes for sure. So, Gabe, I was going to mention, MA obviously is Ma. And that might be like one of the most universal words there is,
Nice. Yes.
because multiple cultures
Mhm.
just use Ma for mom, and it's one of the first things, obviously, a lot of kids say. And so just kind of that in and of itself, just the power of how often that word is said, and what it means and everything, I think is kind of, pretty interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, yeah, even like Masons, the sons of Ma.
Maiden.
Maiden, right?
Yeah. Yep. Made in Japan. And you know what?
Master.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
One thing that came up on the One to One show today, it's an idea that I've had for a long time, that it was just kind of fun to bounce it off of some people. But the Pythagoras had he had two groups in his community. In the outer circle were the mathematikoi, and they were the mathematicians. And I forget the name of his inner circle. I'm going to have to look it up again. But his inner circle was even more superstitious, and they had really weird observances that are the observances seem like they're encrypted and they have other meanings to only those who know. But the fact that he had that outer circle of mathematicians, it makes me think about the fact that the word profane means outside of the temple or away from the temple. It's before it means before they came into the temple. They haven't gotten into the inner circle yet. And so his mathematikoi are technically not fully initiated. They're like in a limbo space. And what I think that means, and then, so that's just one weird fact. And I'm going to parallel it with another weird fact. And that is that in the Bible, you're not supposed to, this is Old Testament stuff, but the wrath of God came down on an entire community because they took a census and they numbered the people. They counted the people. And so biblically, it's considered like a huge no-no to count the people and to like assign them numbers or, reduce their meaning or their value to something numerical. And so that's like some Old Testament law that you're not supposed to number the people. But then I have heard that the exception has been made to that law that you can number the people if they are the priest class. And so what my theory is, between all these random scattered facts, is that we have been initiated through the birth certificate, through having this QSIP number, we have been initiated into an outer circle of the priest class. And that makes us like a human shield, that we are expendable. We're going along to get along. We agree to be in that outer circle, but we're not fully initiated. We're not in the inner circle. And that's just like a running theory I have, and it's kind of hard to express it. I need to like get the documents and get the actual biblical verses and put more proof to it. But I just have this feeling that I keep talking about. I believe a lot of these secret societies, that they worship math, that they're math worshipers.
Right, right.
Yeah, and I just think there's something to that. Like Obama, his name is Obey Ma. That's some of the Twilight language of what he's saying, Obey Ma. And so I just have this sense that we are initiated into this profane priest class, but we're not fully in the circle.
Wow. That makes sense, actually. I mean, it kind of resonates with me just from what you're telling me. I could see it.
Yeah, isn't that weird? I don't know.
That's weird, yeah.
Have you seen Les Miserables?
Not in a long time.
So there's this character named Jean Valjean, and he gets arrested for stealing a loaf of bread. They throw him in jail. They take away his name. They give him a number. 24601 is his number. And then he ends up having to break out of jail, and he goes to a monastery, or like he goes to some monks, and they give him like a place to stay, and in the middle of the night he leaves and steals like all their silver and takes off down the road, and he gets caught like by the sheriff walking up the road. He's like, "Oh, you got all this silver?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, the priest gave it to me." He's like, "We got to check this story." So he takes him back, and he's like, "So this guy, we found him on the road. He's got all this silver of yours." And he says, "You gave it to him." And the priest says, "You forgot these candlesticks." And he gives him these 2 candlesticks that he forgot. And at that moment, he's like, "I've sold my soul for God." So he jumps his parole or whatever, and runs off, and tries to like turns the new leaf over, does all this stuff.
Yes.
All this stuff, but it's sort of a name number initiation story.
Nice. Yes.
Connected with the French Revolution, so might be related.
Yeah, because he became a prisoner. He's like diminished in status, loses his name, takes on a number. I've often wondered about like disavowing numbers, like entering into a spiritual path and saying, "I don't do numbers. I don't believe, I don't believe in zeros. If you could show me a zero, then I will agree to you to deal in numbers. Until you show me a zero, a nothing, show me a nothing, then I don't do whatever, the mundane."
Minds will explode. You can't divide by 0.
Well, yeah, it really does make sense, because with cattle or something, you got to keep them in the pen, right? At physical, boundaries. But with humans, obviously they do that to us too, but it's more intellectual boundaries, logical boundaries, information that's being kept from us or whatever. So I don't know, just kind of like the things you're saying, I'm just kind of building up this little framework of trying to make it make sense, and it does. So that's cool, man.
Yeah.
one random thread that we never got around to, but that's kind of classic over here. we don't always complete the weave.
Yeah.
But we were talking about eunuchs, and I brought up the transvestigation stuff. And you had mentioned something about the first ladies being some like eunuch assassin group or something.
Oh yeah, yeah. Let's bring it. Let's bring that back around.
Yeah.
I was
You
gonna
never
leave, but I
completed
can't now.
I know. I figure it's almost 1 a.m. where I'm at, and I'm like, okay, it's time to get back there.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is really interesting. So I read the Septuagint, the like one of the older translations of the Old Testament. And I was coming at it with a whole new perspective at the time, kind of with a Velikovsky Saturn cosmology read on it. And it's a really good copy that I have because it has the Septuagint right next to the King James, and you can actually see what words have changed line by line. It's really neat. It's really something. There's a lot to learn by doing it that way. And I found out that the word officer is originally translates from its original word. The original translation is eunuch of the Pharaoh. And this makes so much sense. I mean, for months, things were falling into place. First of all, that most police officers, they have taken an oath of fealty. They're like a vow to serve, to be of service, but they lose a certain degree of their decision making, the potency, their free will. They have to obey these certain constructs. And then they're given supplemental phallic implements like a nightstick, a flashlight, a pencil, even I call police officers, I call them glorified secretaries, but in so many ways, the word officer, meaning eunuch of the Pharaoh, it just fills in so many cultural things that were mysterious before, but now they make sense. So then I start looking into eunuchs of the Pharaoh. What does eunuch of the Pharaoh, what does that entail? And what it entails is one of the highest paid jobs of one of the Pharaoh's eunuchs was that they were the chamberlains of the harem. They were the bodyguards and the protectors of all the concubines and the Pharaoh's ladies.
Who else are you gonna trust but the dickless dudes?
You got it. They have no form, no means to penetrate, to violate the trust. Yes.
It's logic. Oh, really?
Yes. And so the chamberlain of the harem is another thing to research and to look into. But the harem is literally an entire section of the house. It's like a whole wing of the house where all the ladies live in the same place. And all the guards of that section of the house snip, all of them snip. But now I'm taking it even further. They have to be trained in bodyguard techniques and methodology, which means they have to be real badasses. It takes real elite self-defense, martial arts abilities to generate a safe space and take out an assailant at the same time. Like, think of fighting with a baby in your arms. You know what I mean? That takes real high-level abilities to keep an entire segment safe and even throw yourself in as a sacrifice, to sacrifice yourself for this cause. So that's kind of the part of where I'm coming at with the idea that the first lady is protecting the most valuable asset of the entire whatever country, the president. They're protecting the president. That's their job. They're the final line of defense.
The presidential jewels.
Yes. And so it makes incredible sense that the first ladies are eunuchs. They were originally men because men have the physical prowess, the strength, and the ability, but they get altered so that they look disarming. They look like a woman, like they're not a threat at all. But in fact, they're probably one of the biggest badasses in any of the rooms, theoretically, if they're protecting that presidential asset.
Wow. I wonder if there's any sort of tell or example that fleshes this out from modern history of the first ladies and just,
Yeah.
has anything appeared like this in public, even if it's veiled?
Well,
have you noticed anything?
Yeah.
So-
Go
Some
ahead.
people think that that Kennedy's assassination, that his wife was actually a dude in drag. And
Sure.
he had like a buddy, like a best friend named Lem, who was sort of his like gay, like, I don't know if you want to say lover perhaps, but like he was like a sycophant of Kennedy, and like he kept Lem around him because he liked the worship, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Wow.
Right.
maybe it was him.
Yeah.
Sure. I see. Yeah. I mean, when you hear Jackie O speak, one of the tells, in my opinion, is it's this like very airy, wispy, sort of like fake feminine voice.
You got it.
That's one of the things that you'll notice about her, and people like that.
Yes. I think of her as potentially even like lobotomized or that persona that she puts on is intentionally like disarmingly absent-minded, when in fact the real Jackie is probably fucking watching all the exits and knows all the weapons in the room, compartmentalized theoretically. And I've seen the footage. It kind of blew my mind, and who knows at this day and age what we're really seeing, but I've seen the footage where she appears to put something under his head when he gets hit that second hit. And then as she is like moving off of the vehicle, something appears to be in her hand. And I've seen people zoom in on it and highlight it.
The Zapruder film.
Yeah. And some people say that it's a revolver in her hand. And so theoretically, if she is a highly trained assassin and they needed to take out the president, that could be part of the program as well. That the president is constantly under this pressure of, is my bodyguard going to take me out?
Take it out and make it a public ritual to traumatize the entire world.
Game of the Geo.
Yes. And so also when Barbara Bush jumped up and saved Poppy from choking on the sushi, that was a pretty interesting video. Jim shared that with me again recently, and I've like kind of seen it more recently. And I seem to recall her being a little more like quick on her feet, save the day, just like a fucking bodyguard would be trained to do. But she puts the napkin over his face and like gives him a whack, and he coughs up the sushi. Yeah. So she saved his life, but she wasn't as nimble as I remembered. I feel like the first time I saw it, she was like fucking ninja status, popping up and saving him. But I've seen it more recently, and it's not as convincing than the second time that I saw it. And then
They say he was high on speedballs, like heroin and cocaine or something, and he used to do both of them to get, like did the cocaine to like get by, and then the heroin to like mellow out the cocaine so that nobody would know, and then he
Wow.
passed out. Like,
These speed balls are maze balls. Wow. Drugs, kids, don't try them ever.
that's from deep conspiracy levels, but you know.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, you know what? I wanted to point out. You guys help me out with who is the mythological character who goes down to Hades to save his lady, and Hades' wife Persephone, or I think, says, "You can have her, but you can't look back at her. If you look back, she'll get swept away."
It sounds immediately like Lot's wife who turns to salt.
Right? Yes, it is parallels that.
Can't look back.
Oh,
Walk away from
Orpheus. It's
Myth of
the myth
Orpheus.
of Orpheus. So this is trippy. I just want to say this while we're on the subject. The part of that ritual where JFK is killed and Jackie, it has to crawl off of the vehicle and be saved by the bodyguard on the behind them. That entire scene where she actually hesitates to leave the vehicle and she looks back at JFK as though she wants to save him somehow. And then she realizes, oh no, there ain't nothing left to save. And she decides to go and jump off of the vehicle. That moment is like heart-wrenchingly tragic. You can see her hesitating to, like, you know, make the decision to leave him for dead. In that scene, it is amazing how much it harkens back to the story of Orpheus when he looks back at his loved one and she's pulled into the underworld.
Very, very interesting, man. Have you guys, by chance, ever seen the footage that was aired regarding the assassination, like as it originally went out on broadcast, like on CBS or whatever, like, and the commercials that played immediately afterwards?
Oh my God, no.
It
Is
is
that an Applebee's
fascinating. No, right. I know, exactly.
Oh, wow.
Who
So
sponsors that news?
they called it a news. So there was like an anchor that announced it. I think it may have just been audio only, but it was a news bulletin. Okay. So that's what it was, a news bulletin.
Bullets in.
Yeah, exactly.
Bullet.
Right
in.
afterwards, there was a commercial. I believe it was for Folgers, if I'm not mistaken. And they have a spoon doing the hypnotic tick-tock thing. And they even literally had the tick-tock. And I think it was so that you can make coffee faster or something. That was like the campaign or whatever. But everything surrounding this event on the news, like the commercials, everything, it was all completely encoded. It was all a program. Like, there's a lot to look into with that. So maybe
there's-
if I find it, I'll post a link.
There's no way you can sell me on instant coffee. No way.
That would be
Wow, Mario. Wow, man.
So
That
maybe
would
it's
be
still
crazy.
around. I'll look for it.
that would be crazy to
So
look at.
I'm so glad we're talking about this. This is so nifty. So yesterday I was thinking about,
Wow.
yeah.
How you
this
feeling,
is
Kaylee?
intense.
I would like to see the date and time that was released so I can look at the chart.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You do go long if you need to say goodnight or tap out at any point. There's no obligation to stay, anyone.
Yeah.
It's all on the record. It'll be recorded. You can
Mhm.
listen to it again and again and again.
So one thing to mention, Kaylee, is that
Can't leave yet.
Is it November 22nd? Yeah, November 22nd is the day it happened. That's that's where the beginning, that's the initiation point of Ophiuchus.
1, 1, 2, 2,
Uh,
11, 22.
And that's right where his
Yeah.
heel is punctured on the Scorpio. That's the point of connection where Scorpio is piercing that heel. Super,
The
super.
poison.
You got it. Super significant date. And
Yeah.
so I was thinking yesterday about the readers of the auguries. And these are they were a decision-making body of Roman governance, and they were very powerful. They were unquestionable, and they would read the migrational pattern of birds. They would sacrifice animals, and they would read how the blood would spill and check on the entrails of these sacrifices, and they would read the sacrifices.
Yeah.
But there's another aspect of the augury reading, and that is the sacrificing of kings.
Ooh.
And when a king dies, they pay like incredible attention to the way that the body falls, to any patterns that the blood makes as it spills.
Wow.
And part of the proof of this is that when Caesar was assassinated, he was assassinated at the foot of the statue of Zeus, as though he was being made, his body was an offering.
Oof.
Put up to Zeus. And I think his body stayed there for like an unusual length of time, like some strange amount of time they left him there. And also in reenactments, people have actually paid a lot of attention in Shakespearean plays and all these, theater reproductions of Caesar. They pay a lot of attention to the way that the actor falls down when he dies. There's some kind of crazy consistency to the way that the actor is supposed to fall dead. And
Wow.
That makes sense. That's
Yes.
interesting.
And this hails back to readers of the auguries and keeping that trauma, consistent throughout the generations. And this is where we get into Kevin Costner in the JFK movie playing over and over, back and to the left, back and to the left, with repetition,
Sure.
drilling it into the people who watched that movie. Everybody got back and to the left to such a degree that you're just like, and repetition is part of the programming. Traumatize, 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 traumatize. It's almost like they're instilling it onto the onlookers so that it will be passed on to generations to come through their genes, through some epigenetic memory, like a butterfly, like the monarch.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, that was great stuff, man. That makes total sense. I mean, I just think about tarot cards and how strategic every single little thing is. If the hand is over, just literally just like 2 or 3 inches this way or that way, or if the foot's facing one way or the other, making my posters and stuff, I keep all that stuff in mind, because every single little detail matters. And so I could see that the back and to the left was like a strategic thing that they're trying to drill into people's minds for a very, very good reason, and that the whole assassination setup too, that it seems like it was just really strategically planned, like to the max, obviously.
Yes. One more point, back and to the left, I forgot about this, is BATLL, battle.
Battle, right? Exactly. Yep.
Man, this is fun. This is so fun. This is so great to like put all these thoughts together and like talking about the spoon hypnotizing people. Oh my gosh, it's so intense.
When I saw that,
That's
I wasn't
crazy.
even watching it from like a conspiracy channel or something. I just thought, I'm like, I want to see what the original footage looked like. And I found it and I was like, oh my God, of course it's loaded with symbolism, but it was even more so than what I even expected. But yeah, so they've been doing this for such a long time that their programming is ultra sophisticated. And, do we even kind of understand to the degree of its complexity and sophistication these days?
Yeah,
man. It probably would blow our minds if we truly understood what was really going on that level,
I even worry a little bit about like watching videos on YouTube, because there could be stuff that they're showing so fast in the videos
Yeah.
that like
Oh, yeah.
you can upload whatever you want, but once you upload it, YouTube has control over your video, right? So they could be putting whatever the flip they wanted
Yep.
Yeah.
over your videos in the processing, right?
I had proof of that
Oh, you do?
years ago. Yeah. The internet
Oh,
is
no.
compromised.
Yeah. It makes sense. that
And
they would
even
do
on
that.
my smartphone device, an Android device, I will see a flicker moving down my screen as it repaints the composition layers of the screen.
Yeah.
And I've even said that there are permission levels built into the compositing of the Android software. So simple explanation of this is you have the layer that you see your application. On top of that, you will grant an application permission to always be on top of the layer of the application. So they will stack it like Windows,
Mhm.
stacking the windows. But then there's the topmost layer that is granted to the backdoor access of the software. So it can put something over that topmost layer over any application because it has that control of the top layer. So I will see flashes of things on my phone. Most people think, is this a glitch? Is my phone slow? And I'll say, well, maybe it is, but consider the compositing of the graphics on your phone and how they can put anything on top of it at any time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, or even just a slight frequency change in the just what's coming out of the screen itself. They don't even need to use images, right?
For sure.
Color, everything.
Did you guys ever come across John Todd? And he claimed to work at some record label, and he got kind of the inside scoop about some of the occult happenings going on within. Yeah, right.
I love that guy.
Yeah, I haven't seen his stuff in forever, but there's like one like classic interview of his or something like that where he gets into the idea that in some of these bigger record labels back in the day, they would have like a ritual room, and that they would get the gold record and they would literally charge it with entities. And the gold record is like the master copy. And so all of the other records that are going to be distributed around the world are going to be charged with that same energy. And so he was saying that they put shit like that in there. And I can't remember if it's John Todd or someone else saying that they would put like subliminal audio clips so that, you know, most people wouldn't be able to discern that this little beat sound thing is actually like the sound of a child screaming, or like, you know, just like really, really heinous, fucked up shit.
Yes.
That they would compress or like do whatever they got to do to kind of
Right.
embed it into the record. So then people are listening to these records and they have no idea that there's all these entities attached to it and rituals attached and blah, blah, blah. And then even the frequencies and the beats that they're listening to are
Yeah.
encoding all sorts of nasty stuff, you know.
Word-
That was
word
back
on
in the day.
Yeah, the word on the street is, and I don't remember which Red Hot Chili Pepper. I think it was Anthony Kiedis, but they couldn't listen to the Blood Sugar Sex Magic album because they could hear all the spirits that were
What?
associated into that master. They couldn't listen to the master. Yeah, I heard.
Wow.
Wow.
I have to look.
Even how you say that, yeah. Are you listening to
The master.
the master?
The master.
I'll be your master, master,
Oh my goodness.
master of puppets pulling the strings.
You know what makes really crazy sense about all of this? Like, for one, in hypnosis, you can hypnotize people that allegedly, and then you can take something written on paper and put it behind your back and tell the person who's hypnotized, you can tell them, you cannot see me. I'm not here.
John Cena.
Now tell me what is written behind my back. And they are able to see through you and actually read what's behind you. They will see through you and read what's on the piece of paper.
What?
So this is the level of superhuman abilities we have that we can't unlock, but hypnotists can.
Wow.
And so this is such far out technology. It's amazing that this is even imaginable. Not that it's possible, that it's even imaginable that it might be possible. So the point I want to make is that trauma and scary shit is the password. It gives us access to the subtle energies that we're capable of, because the reptile brain, much like Mercury, is so quick. It is so quick that these programs can flash in front of you at speeds that you don't think you know, but your reptile brain knows. And that's why they use horror and gore and nasty, glitchy shit that we don't like to deal with on the surface level. But deep down inside, we all have this superhuman ability to pick this up. And that's why it's got to be so gnarly for the program to work.
Yeah, dude. You're totally right, dude. There's this guy, his name is Marion Knox, and he is a deprogrammer of people who have gone through MK Ultra type stuff.
Whoa.
And he's here. Well, I'm not in Oregon anymore. I can see Oregon, so I'm close enough. But he's an Oregon guy, and I looked at some interviews of his that were pretty interesting. They were all just like transcribed, so it was a written interview exchange. Actually, Ron Patton, who we've brought up before, he interviewed him one time. But anyway, he has a really unique way of describing trauma-based mind control.
Yes.
And he basically, when he's talking to victims of trauma-based mind control, he has this term called the strong man that he's looking for. And essentially, it's the first person that like traumatized you, or in his case, he dealt with a lot of people who were traumatized through sodomy. And so he's looking for the first person who sodomized you, which led way to you basically allowing other people to do things to you, and allowing you to kind of just not live your most authentic life because you don't have any boundaries or what have you. And so he calls it the key of the strong man. And so he has worked with people that he has deprogrammed, and he'll find this core wound, basically.
Yeah.
And then he allows them to express it, and they're allowed to kind of get it off their chest. And it's amazing. He has stories of people where he did that for this one woman, and like miraculously, it's like their whole lives completely changed, like almost overnight. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to find that core wound. Because if you don't heal that core wound, then you just allow all these other wounds potentially to happen. You know what I mean? So once you're traumatized once, that's why pedophilia is so fucked up too.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like when one kid has been buggered, you know, and you're 5 or whatever years old, it just like that changes your whole entire life trajectory, you know? And so until you address that core original wound somehow, I think that life is going to be difficult for you, you know. But you totally said it, trauma, dude. That is like the name of the game with all this stuff, you know. And it's brutal that it works that way, but it makes sense on why we have so many of these hoax events and everything else intended to traumatize us every day. That's what the news cycle is anyway. Right? It's just constant trauma, 24/7, 365.
Yep, great point.
Yep.
How do you spell Marion Knox?
So Marion Knox, Marion, and then Knox, Knox.
Awesome. That's cool. I'm gonna look into that. That sounds really like some good stuff.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, and yeah. So anyways, there's all sorts of things going on with that guy, but he's interesting for sure.
Man.
But anyway, I might tap out because I'm getting tired.
I'm with you, man. This was a great read.
It's 2. Yeah.
Really? your first Saturday night weave.
I
How did you
know.
think you do?
You
I made it. I made it to the
All the
end.
way.
I'm pretty proud of
All the way.
myself. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Yeah.
Where can we find you online?
Yeah. Well, my social media presence is not very robust right now, but I am on Gab and Minds and YouTube all under the same name, Kaylee Berkana. So my first name, Kaylee, and the Berkana is Berkana. I'm most often found on Telegram. My handle on Telegram is at Canadian Eagle 1221. And yeah,
Someone wanted to contact you for any astrological services.
yeah, so yeah, exactly. So I do astrology natal chart readings, and I love doing those. I like a lot. Yeah, and we didn't really talk about astrology a lot, but that's okay. That's my area. And I like not just looking at natal charts. I really have been enjoying looking at events and like dates of when things happen and come out and breaking them down. And that's been lots of fun too. So I've been doing that a lot lately. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna be publishing more stuff about that, but
We'll have to come back and talk about charts.
Do you do tarot cards, oracle cards?
I do tarot. I stopped doing tarot for other people for a little while because I just wasn't feeling it for a little bit, and then just recently I started doing tarot again for people.
Yeah, I think
And,
that's okay. I mean, you got to work
yeah.
with the client to determine, is this a good
Yeah.
relationship? Can we work together? Can I
Yeah,
provide what you need of me?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's fun. That's fun and helpful, like especially when it comes to charts and stuff. Like I tend to focus more on the psychological side of stuff, like what's going on inside internally, and then often that's reflected outside. So I try to give a bit of both, of like what could be going on inside outside, and
Yeah, so if someone
work
has a
from there.
question
So
about planning a future event, a wedding, a travel situation, and they're wondering, well, could I talk to Kaylee and get some information about that, future planning and dates and things?
electional astrology, that's what that particular field is called. I'm not as practiced in that. And what's interesting about electional astrology, it's not about finding the best time, it's about finding the least crappy time.
The least worst option.
The least worst, exactly, because there's never a perfect time to do things. So that's funny. But yeah, it's more like what the heck is going on inside right now? Why do I
Yeah,
feel
and the perfect time to contact Kaylee and reach out to her for her services is as soon as you hear this. Reach
yeah,
out immediately
exactly.
before you
Exactly.
forget.
Right
Give
now.
email address or mostly just Telegram or social media.
Yeah, mostly Telegram.
So if people leave
Yeah.
a comment on the
Yeah.
YouTube video and
Yeah.
below, you can look back to that to see people.
I'll drop a comment on this video too with some links.
Yeah, that's good. It's good when
Yeah.
people do that. There's a lot of useful information that needs to be included in the comments below.
Yeah, that was sweet. Okay, you guys, thank you.
Much love, Kaylee.
Good night.
Take care.
Good night.
Next time.
Nice. Good night, you guys. Also, bingo.
You get a bingo.
I got a 2-way bingo. Okay, anyway. Okay, bye guys.
See ya.
Man, glorious weave tonight, y'all. This was great.
For
Thanks.
sure. I enjoyed
Jim,
it.
what's your favorite part of the week tonight? Did you learn something new?
I learned so much new. I was totally down. Yeah, there was a lot of great stuff. I was gonna ask Gabriel, Have you looked into Lilith? Lilith as in Echidna? Isn't she like half serpent?
Yes. It's strange how one of the best proofs is what Alan Marcus brought up that night on in episode 64 from Aleister Crowley, and how he kind of congeals all of these dark feminine
Kabbalistic book 777.
Yes. And I feel kind of, I felt generic doing that. I know that, there's a tendency to conglomerate all of these goddesses from other cultures into one character. But psychologically speaking, from like a Jungian analysis of the collective mind, from that perspective, it does make sense, and it is very justifiable from that way of looking at it, from that lens. So yeah, I think I'm going to put down the specific Lilith research in terms of like amalgamating her from other dark feminine characters. But I'm really going to start just focusing on that tax day that falls right under the sign of Aries, the tail end, right before it bridges into Taurus, and just kind of the astrological component, because I'm pretty sure Lilith is the Medusa, it is the Echidna, and it is best represented right there on 4/15 on tax day. And that gives it so much power. It means that, the people are giving that tithing. They're giving their taxes. People don't pay taxes. I'll try to make this short, but you don't pay your taxes because paying implies you're receiving something, that there's an exchange of goods.
Right.
Yeah, you are giving your tithing, and you're giving obedience, and you're doing it out of fear, and that is ultimately what that all means. And so one of my most recent videos, I did the gematria on TAX, and it's a 216, and 216 is 6 times 6 times 6. And so we're very much looking at, Mark of the Beast technology, and people being obedient and acting with, the animalistic mentality. They are becoming the animal and by being obedient.
That ties it back to the zoo-diacal webs of weaving initiates. It's a human zoo. And what does the military say? Welcome
Fuck
to the
you,
jungle.
Benjamin Oh,
So just real quick, and then I think I'm going to head out. But
Yeah.
the polarity, or the complement, I guess you could say, of Aries is Libra. So that sits on the opposite side of the zodiac, and so that's all about scales and weights and money and precious metals. And I made a video about Libra's significance in relationship to all that stuff. And
Where can we see that video?
oh, good question. You could go to my YouTube. So Symbolic Studies on YouTube. Symbolicstudies.com has a link, links to everywhere I'm at, basically. So that's the quickest way to find me. But I think, and I urge anyone too, it's like if you're looking into any astrological date related thing, trying to symbolically decode it, look at the opposite sign as well. And a lot of times you get a lot of information. And I think that, basically exoterically, as an example, right now we're in Pisces, but esoterically we're in Virgo.
Right.
And so and on a solar perspective, looking at the ecliptic that way, as from a solar system perspective, we're in Pisces, but from a geocentric perspective, it's flipped again, and we're in Virgo. And so just something to keep in mind, so it's like, are we actually in the age of Aquarius, as some people say, or are we actually potentially in the age of Leo? or moving
Yeah.
towards the age of Leo.
Yep, that's a great point. You know, in the Perseus story, she becomes Medusa while looking in the mirror. And so there is that reflectivity component of it. In the story, she's looking in the mirror while she's in Libra, but she ends up at the end of the story over in Pisces, is where she ends up.
Ah,
So it's forecasting, foreshadowing. The mirror has that dynamic in the story. That's a great point.
yeah. And so it's almost as though we have 12 signs, but really, I think we just have 6 pairs. You know what I mean?
I love that. I love that. And oh my gosh, we could go all night. But
Yeah, we could.
We have
sto-
gone
All
night.
morning.
right. So Ovid wrote the Fasti. He wrote poems, 6 poems called Fasti, and people believe that it's incomplete. He only did half of the year, and that the other 6 poems are lost or in private collections. But I think the truth is that it's secretly encoded deep inside the 6. You will find the missing other 6.
Ooh, nice, dude. That's awesome. I bet that's the case.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
This was a hell of a weave.
Yeah, for sure.
I
All
can't
right, are
wait
you guys gonna keep
to-
going for a
Well,
little bit?
I have one cliffhanger question here. It has to do with a riddle and tying it back to what we discussed hours ago. I think it's maybe the only riddle in the canonical Bible, Samson's riddle. Are you familiar with the question, what is sweeter than honey? What is stronger than a lion? It's from Judges 14:14, I believe.
I'm writing this down. This sounds like
Let's look into this for the next episode. What is Samson's riddle? What is sweeter than honey and stronger than a lion?
wow. Okay.
I will give that some consideration and thought.
That's a good one.
Then we can bring that back to the weave, the future weaves. And earlier I
Into
asked
it.
the question, I said, what was the tentpole movie of 1960? Was it 1968?
Oh,
Thinking of a space movie.
Space Odyssey.
Yeah, 2001: A Space Odyssey.
I may have seen that once or twice.
And there's a Boaz and a Joachim.
Yeah. Yep.
2001.
It's good to ask questions throughout the weave and then not answer them to see if anyone listens and then tries to answer it in the comments. We appreciate all the comments below this video and all the old ones. We go back and review them, and we don't always have the answer immediately, but we will use those to weave on, brothers, sisters, and spiders.
Yeah, man.
Weave on.
Weave on, weavers.
On.
Do we have a song to play ourselves out with?
What's that? You
You
have
gonna play us a song? I see guitars back there.
yeah, not right this second.
Next
Like
time.
freezing down here, but yeah. I can play a song, but might
Yes, it's that time.
I'm gonna fade out quietly.
Good night, everybody. We live in your minds. Till next time. Oops. Let's see.
Good stuff, guys.